I mean, their tools are so blunt. Like I don't know if it was his words or someone else's, but he said like the Fed, the Fed's tools are so blunt to deal with something that's so like sensitive. Like the economy is so sensitive, and there's so many variables that impact. And their blunt instruments are interest rates, and then quantitative tightening and easing kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And and every adjustment they have to wait another month until they can make another adjustment. So
To see the effect.
yeah, I
That
don't know.
that's why these
It's just
central
so
banks
slow.
are licking their chops over these CBDCs because it gives them
Yeah.
more precision, right? If there's a certain sector
Mm.
of the economy that needs to be targeted, right, that needs to be sort of held up, they don't have to hit the blanket approach of just going QT or QE. Like they can
Yeah.
literally make your dollars worth more in a certain sector. Hey, if you buy gas, you get a
Yeah.
5% discount on your CBDC this year. And if you buy, whatever else,
Mm.
tobacco, electronics, foreign electronics, whatever, 5% premium on that. Like they can change it in real time.
Yeah.
They can create
That's fascinating. That
they can
it's
create
that's
temporary
like
money with an
yeah.
expiration date
Hmm.
where
It's
it's
like
like,
kind of like an economic smoothing effect. Like it
yeah,
smooths out all the bumps.
yeah, yeah. If
We'll,
used
we'll
properly,
get
but that sort of control can really be, you know.
we yeah, and that's the beginning. Imagine pretty soon after that they're gonna have it implanted in your hand or somewhere or in your brain, and then it's like, all right, what do you do after that?
At this point, it's like, I mean, yeah, but at this point, it doesn't matter whether it's sandwiched between two pieces of plastic in your wallet or point is you're either going to use it or you're not going to be able to eat if you haven't made enough money by then to support yourself. Right? I can see a
Just
world where
imagine in the future.
UBI comes in with conditions,
Mm,
right? Universal basic income, but no saving. No, this money has an
yeah.
expiration date. You'll get more at the end of the month. We need you to spend it.
I want to know what AI thinks as a solution to our financial system, like our the way that fiat currency works, the fractional reserve banking. If you get like an AI model to study all the ins and outs of everything and look at all the history of how performance goes and all that, and come up with some kind of solution, like say,
Dogecoin.
how could this be more efficient and help, you know?
It's just going to tell
Then it
you
spits
blockchain
out an
and
answer,
Bitcoin.
Dogecoin.
Yeah, it's just going to tell you crypto.
Just says, hey, Dogecoin, guys.
Well,
Yeah,
If it's Grok, that's what it will say. But it depends what AI you ask.
Yeah. But even just like amendments to the fiat system, like you don't necessarily have to get rid of fiat, but just
Mm. This
make
is
it
my
work
problem
better
with
for
that.
everybody.
My problem is that for generations and generations, we've protested and screamed and yelled to have reform for systems that are working exactly as they were intended to work.
Oh yeah,
There's
I was
literally
just about to
nothing
say that.
wrong with the way that on their side it's working exactly the way
Oh
it's
yeah,
supposed to work. There's no need
it's
to reform
working
it.
like a well-oiled. Exactly,
Yeah.
man. You hit it on the head.
So
Yeah,
this
it works.
generation said, okay,
I
cool.
was about to say that.
Instead of the old generation idea of, I mean, we've tried a couple things. We've tried protest them, make them change it, destroy it to the ashes, and from that rebirth something. You want to go like the anarchist route. But this generation just said, nope, parallel system, running parallel to the current financial system, and let people decide.
Well, the thing is, we were talking about this earlier with the Jekyll Island scenario, with kind of everything just kind of got pushed under the table and unofficially with the Federal Reserve. So that whole thing with the Federal Reserve and the central banks, that's kind of a thing that wasn't, it was just slid under the table illegally, basically. So even though if the system works, that thing was pushed on a system that maybe was working, but the whole thing with the Federal Reserve, it works exactly for the people that pushed it and
That's
their
what I'm saying.
families.
Even that is working the way it was designed to. We just
Right,
weren't
exactly.
we weren't included in those plans.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like, but people think some of these are like actually government and plan, like, we voted for these policies, but no, these aren't like laws or policies we voted for. These just got shuffled in the mix of the paperwork under the table at Jekyll Island when some guys just got together to go hunting and fishing, and we're like, oh, let's do this. It will be so smart.
Yeah, you know, and they also murdered their opposition who did not want to enlist our country into a Federal Reserve.
Oh yeah, don't you remember what Carnegie's did, or like Andrew Carnegie, when his workers tried to when they tried to not revolt, when they just tried to do a strike, like they came at them with shotguns and started shooting them. It's like, yo, get back to work, son. He became a philanthropist. Everybody loves him because he left all these parks and all these museums and things, Andrew Carnegie. But that dude was a villain.
History is written by the victors. You know. YouTube, welcome back. The technical difficulties, you can send your angry letters to Comcast or Xfinity. Let them know how you feel. I already did.
All right, looks like I'm probably going to get left in the dust here, and I might have to buy the top for you guys. We'll see how that works, though. Bitcoin has a little area to fight right here, 104,699.
Hey fellas, have y'all ever seen a centralized exchange that you can connect your MetaMask wallet to?
Yes, yes, you can on Bybit Web3. You can connect any Web3 wallets.
Yeah, but that's not a. I mean, I guess it's a centralized exchange, but
Coinbase, you can connect your Coinbase Web3 to Coinbase account.
I'm just trying to. I think he means directly to the not having to go through their DeFi.
Like I'll attach it. Yeah.
Right. I've been using LBank for about a year or two, and they redid their whole website, and now they got a wallet connect, MetaMask connect right in the app.
That's cool. Just don't leave it connected. But yeah, it should make it easier to move shit around.
Right.
Yeah, be very careful with anyone always connecting wallets, and like triple check that link. Make sure it's legit.
I'm all right just sending my shit back and forth. I've gotten so used to it at this point that I don't know. I react sort of like adversely to any sort of convenience now. You know what I mean? Like whenever they come out and they're like, "Hey, this is more convenient," I'm like, I don't know. You know my theory: every step towards convenience is a step away from security.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Web3 is really not ready. I mean, nothing's so complex.
People aren't Web3s. People aren't ready, but it can be learned, and that's our edge. The reason that I can go, on Dexes and buy low cap gems and make the 20, 30, 40 X's early during the bull run is because of that learning curve that there is that keeps people from going on Dexes.
If you think of the banking sector a bit like an architect, and you wanted to conceive a new banking system starting from scratch, I don't think your answer would be this Web3 mess. It would be much more.
This isn't the final form.
Interoperable.
Nah, this isn't. Yeah, this isn't the final form. What I'm saying is that we have to take advantage of the fact that it's not in its final form yet, because the difficulty gives us an edge. Yeah.
There's a mess on internet too, so.
Bro, I was playing. You got to check out Off the Grid, Zusi. I know you like the game. So I'm playing this thing, right? And I won the battle royale. I took out a bunch of boxes. So I'm sitting there with my guns token that they already gave me. I look in my guns wallet. It's already in my guns wallet. right, that I have on my phone. I spend a couple guns token to open the boxes. The NFTs go right to the wallet. And then I just sat there and realized, I was like, yo, I just made like about 10 crypto transactions without having any idea that I'm transacting crypto at all. If I was playing this game and I didn't know anything about crypto, it'd be just like if it was Call of Duty. I'm just spending my on-game currency to get some objects, blah, blah, blah. I've got like 40 NFTs, 30 NFTs, something like that. And I've only played the game like 3 times. So I'm thinking what happens in a year or two when these people that are playing the game just to play the game realize that they've got actual value. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool. But the seamless nature of it is kind of what my point was, right? Like basically buying, transferring all those NFTs without paying any gas fee or doing any of the Web3 stuff, right?
That's good, yeah. It's usable.
Yeah.
I tried to trade on these, what was the website? Intentex. I mean, it works, it's pretty good. But it's just slow. You have to validate in your Web3 wallet, transaction, and this and that. It's like...
What I like about DEXs is that my shit goes right to my wallet. Right? The counterparty risk exists for the 3 seconds that the transaction is going through.
Yeah. Yeah, but people don't care about that. They trust banks and they trust centralized exchanges.
Yeah. Guns, guns, guns. If you didn't buy the accumulation zone on guns, I would not chase. I mean, I feel like it is going to come back down, but oh boy, does this look nice.
Total crypto cap is at $3.33 trillion. That's a beautiful number, 333.
Mm.
Can we go to 444?
Sean, ETH is making its way through its vector gaps. It's got 2 of them. Last one is at 313. We get rejected off of 3K though, but we might go test it, man. It looks like it wants to push.
Can we get a 5-minute time frame downward ABC though, before we do that?
I'll see what I can do. I'll make a couple calls.
Thank you, sir. It's on its way on doing it.
We'll see.
See,
We'll
that's
see
the
if we
problem when
lose our
ITP.
bearish momentum here. We should make a bit of a comeback before we go anyway on lower time frames.
How do you guys not FOMO in back quickly when you TP?
I open up a different web page and start shopping.
Well, I'm doing that too. I'm like gaming, doing other stuff.
I get off the 5-minute chart. Let's go look at your longer charts. You shouldn't be taking profit off something that looks like resistance on the 5-minute chart. In my opinion, even if you're playing on the 5-minute time frame.
Well, in this case, Dbloc, my TP was at golden pocket of the hold down move from 4,000 to 1,400. So I am TPing on not on the 5 minutes.
No, I wasn't talking to you in general. I mean, I was just talking in general. Period.
But yeah, you're right. It should be.
What makes me feel better is if I go to the higher time frames and I see what I need, you know, I just remind myself why I'm taking profits in these ranges.
Yeah, well.
And if there is no reason, if you go to the hourly and you're like, why am I taking profit here? Then you probably shouldn't take profit though.
React a bit in the end, right? We ended up with a hourly wick up on ETH. But then the next hourly candle is a pretty bullish one. It's that hammer, red hammer stuff.
Yeah.
Now we might explore that wick maybe and find support and attempt to pump again, no?
Got this AC on a bit.
A more conservative approach would be to like wait for 2,520, somewhere there. Yeah. It's so easy to give all the profits back on leverage. This 1v1 trading competition is quite fun. The mental bot is doing better than me. Oh, that pisses me off. Freaking bot. But it's just holding Solana, Trump, mental. Doesn't have Bitcoin and ETH. I guess it was short. Short on Trump, no? Oh, maybe that's why it's doing so good. Oh, it has Pepe.
It makes sense then, right? You're holding ETH, it's holding ETH betas. If you're doing well, it's doing better.
Yeah, it's a bot. So you can do 1v1 trading for 4 hours against a human or against a bot. I chose bot in the previous round. I lost.
What do you win?
No, nothing. Well, you win points, and there's a ranking in points. The first one gets $500, I think, or something like that. Trading competition. There's lucky draws. Buttons to click.
Let's switch to the 5-minute real quick and see if we lose our bullish momentum here, and then we'll go look at some of the alts. We've got plenty of retracement targets on the alts. So if Bitcoin's gonna give up some ground, we'll definitely focus on that.
You know, on Binance, people actually managed to sell a top. Quickly, they sell a bottom, not a top. But it seems like they managed to sell a top. That's pretty rare.
Yeah, if they manage to buy back in before the new top.
But no, they'll continue to... No.
Yeah, Care. It could be. I imagine Move still has a little bit more to go, 105.5. But that doesn't have to be in a straight line. We know how this works. We lost the 50 already here once. We came back and we held the 200, got back above the 50 and kept pushing. Sort of looking for the same thing here. Which is the top of the range, guys. We draw a range at the top of our new accumulation up here. That's what we're looking. Right. Now what we've been looking for is that lower high. Give me a second.
Higher low, you mean?
Higher low, sorry, yeah.
That's both are true, right? This is still a lower high.
Technically, yeah.
The higher low actually happened yesterday, but well, yeah, I could do another one.
I'm looking for a trip back down to this range right here. So our support that we dropped down off of was right there. Turned into resistance. Turned into support when we pushed. That 200 EMA that I was talking about is running right underneath it. So sort of the same thing that we did here. Like I said, broke the 50, came down, tested the 200, tested the top of that range, held it a support, and then moved forward. Same deal.
How about this failure to put a new high on this current up move that started when we touched $100,000?
I don't think it's as bad as people are trying to make it out to be. People are like, that's it, lower high,
Yeah.
you know, dead cat bounce. That was just a bear market relief rally. Twitter is crazy right now, bro.
No, I mean on the 5 minute, you know, with this push up, if it can't put a wick above 105,800, then it's going to be a lower high. You would expect the probability of a lower low being higher, so to break below the hourly 200 and maybe turn it even into resistance after that. And
yeah, I mean, our bullish hold would have been there.
Retest. It could then bring you below 99.5, which would probably cause a cascade all the way down to where this started from, and that's
wow,
like
that
90K.
That escalated quickly. Holy shit.
Yep.
I was with
that
you.
Make me want to.
I was with you, and then you left me.
Well, once you lose 99.5, yeah, for me, it's the old setup is active again. Well, that thing worked so many times. Why not play it again? No?
Yeah, talk to me, Zeusy. Talk to me.
It calls for 90K. It's nothing too crazy. I'm just saying 10% down is possible. I'll be holding my long from 76. While that happens, I won't change. Like, it doesn't matter.
You know how I feel. A $10,000 move on Bitcoin at any time could be in the cards. But that would take us to 94 from this point. That 100K retest
Maybe even
92
or 92. Yeah, maybe even 92.
94,
92.
I think that until we retest 100K and we see whether we retest it bullishly or bearishly, everything else is just sort of conjecture, right? It's just a thought experiment.
Yeah. The weakness is very small in this chart.
Yeah.
But we have one. It's the only one we have. Bitcoin dead dropped 5% from 106 to 101 or 100,600. Yeah, that's the biggest down move.
Drew was my Doge hype man, but he sold. Now he's bringing me down.
I got you, bro. I'll look at Doge. Y'all know Drew just switches depending on if he's in or out, man. Don't let that keep you up at night.
I'm still in Doge if it can help you stay in.
We are at the top. We're at the top of the bull flag on the 4 hour. We have not rejected. We haven't really attempted to make that break just yet. So me, if I was in this, I'd be looking for evidence that this is actually a rejection. And it's just too early for me unless you go down to the 5-minute chart. And then this vector candle will probably scare people out of position, I would imagine, just to hold the 50.
Yep.
Yeah, it's still above the 50.
That's the one that did it, Drew.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a
Yeah,
nice.
that's the one that you
I'm
got
not
out
gonna
of.
lie, it was a stopping volume candle above resistance drop, but that's why I'm saying if we just wait for confirmation for momentum to shift bearishly, right? Just give up the little tiny percent at the top just to make sure that your EMA is crossed and that you've really got bearish momentum. I mean, the pattern is bearish, right? You could be right for getting out of this period just because you're just putting out a tiny little bear flag there. But there's still enough bullish momentum in this to pop you out and go. Like, we haven't proven it yet. I like to try to make the chart prove it.
See, it's weird. If I wouldn't have been in profit, I would have stayed in. But since I was in nice profit already, I was like, because I had a lot of buys at the
Profit's
lower
gone.
22s.
Profit.
Yeah, I was like, let me just step back a little bit and twist one up, so.
Profit. Nothing wrong with that. If
I
the
don't
bear
blame you, Drew.
flag does play out, though, you will be looking at daily open retest.
Yeah, I'll jump in on a breakout with less Doge than I had before, and I'll be willing to swallow that pill, but, gotta take the risk.
Yeah, Sean, a lot of these coins are looking the same right now.
Thank you, Dbloc.
Yep. My target for Doge is 31 cents if you do get that breakout.
That's all.
Just for this pattern.
If you look back, there's also a little price action that kind of forms a little resistance around 30 cents.
The next time I'll be removing a significant amount of Doge to recompound will be at 50 cents. I'm not going to try to make it through that wall of underwater holders at 50. I will let them sell off. That sort of relief that you get when you've been underwater and you're finally at break even and you hate this coin now because you've been underwater for so long and you just want to get your money back, I'll buy at the end of that dip.
Not that many people underwater on Doge, no?
Bro, you know how many people did not sell when it went up to 50? Oh my God, are you kidding me? People just held the whole way down.
You ain't.
Even from that 50-cent pump too, a lot of people bought up there around 40
Yeah,
cents.
bro, Elon in office. The president is saying the word Doge every day. Like, a lot of people were like, I'm not selling this shit. You're stupid if you sell Doge right now.
And if they bought around 40 cents, they're half down right now.
Yeah. Which means by the time they get to around 50, you'll at least be looking like close to getting your money back, if not completely got it back for some people.
Oh, so you love Doge, you become a Doge hater. You love Trump, now you become a Trump hater too, I guess.
That's
Right?
what happens when you trade emotionally, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand it, but I'm glad I can understand it.
You loved Elon, now you become Elon hater.
Love and hate
I can
are
never hate Doge.
very similar emotions, bro.
Even if Doge dumps to 2 cents, I could never hate Doge. It made me too much money.
I don't think you can hate somebody that you don't love. Like, it's hard to hate somebody you don't care about. You could dislike them, but I mean, hate, real hate, that
That's true.
visceral hate.
That means you have some kind of attachment.
Yeah.
Oh, I found the most ugly head and shoulder. Perfect. Let's draw it.
Yeah, you're gonna get runs after BTC tops out here, but they're not gonna be sort of market wide runs, right? Everything will run when it runs up. Once BTC tops out, your more highly speculative shit are gonna run. I guarantee you, there's a coin that hasn't even dropped yet, guys. That's gonna do 20, 30 X's, and it'll probably run late into the late into the cycle after Bitcoin's already topped. I agree, TM. Nah, they finally finished working on whatever they were working on, Chris. One of the neighbors had one of the cable poles go down or something because of their tree, or I don't know. All I know is it took them 2 days to fix it.
All I know, losing you, Sanana.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for, Sean. We're trying to see if we lose bullish momentum here on the 5 minute, and then I'm looking for SR flip or the 200 EMA as our first sort of point. But remember that 100K retracement is really what I'm if I had a magic wand, I would make it do it right now. Pepe should do 5x what ETH does, in my opinion. So if ETH is going to do a 2, 3x or 10x from Pepe isn't out of the question.
I really hate to hear that. It makes me want a revenge trade.
Gotta look for a good spot, man. That's all. The hardest thing with these
No, for
coins
sure.
is getting rid of the memory of being in them cheaper. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like if you've been
Yeah,
here
for
for the
sure.
whole cycle, bro, just the memory of Pepe where it was will keep you from buying it now, even if there is, money to be made.
Yeah, that's a tough one to like kind of get over, get past.
Yeah. Or averaging up. Averaging up is hard for people too. They got that really nice average, and every time they buy something, it goes up and it kills them.
Oh yeah, dude.
But it's like,
Dude,
bro, don't get
that's
married to
lame.
that shit. Like nobody's,
Yeah, dude.
bro. They are not giving out trophies for perfect entries. I keep waiting for mine to show up, and they never do. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah. A lot of those averages don't even calculate like true. So like if you were to sell at 10 and buy at 5, it's just going to bring it down like you bought at 5.
yeah,
It's not gonna, it doesn't take into account that you sold it at 10 and then bought it at 5. Anyway, I don't know if that made sense, but it's
getting
it's
married
like,
to your average is a big problem. But people, that's really,
yeah.
really hard for people. Put it this way: if you bought Bitcoin at 15.5 and you had money coming in, and you didn't buy another single Bitcoin, and you get all the way to the top of the market, 150K with that one Bitcoin that you bought at 15.5. I mean, that's good, right? You 10x'd, but you could have been feeding this thing for the past 2 years. You know, like
Yeah. Means you can do a lot of work in a short amount of time. I mean,
You can also miss out a lot of work in a short amount of time trying to do that, right? Compounding on the way up is actually safer than on the way down. Right? Like adding to a winning position is safer in what you're doing than adding to a losing position. You know, things are going upward while you add upward. So
if you're trying to compound on the way up too, generally speaking, you've sold at the top at some point. Whatever
not
that point is.
necessarily compound, but add to a position. Yeah.
Bitcoin is a savings account that compounds at 50% a year on average, risk-adjusted return. It's like getting paid and not putting your money in a bank account that's giving you 50%. You know what I mean? My opinion.
Yeah.
That's just me. But you have to have good cycle knowledge for that. You have to know where you're at in the cycle because you can't do that continuously. Right? Or at least it's not the most efficient. You want to, there should be a cutoff point.
Right.
What do you think about the people who just buy when greed is at, like, I forget what 40 or under 40, and sell when greed is at like 80 to 85 or something
40
like
is a little
that?
high. But when we hit 10 on fear and greed, I mean, you remember that day, I was like, this is when you buy. I don't care what the chart says. In the long run, you have never gone wrong buying fear and greed under, 10 or selling fear and greed under 90. But 40 and 70 or 40 and 80 seems a little bit too relaxed.
Okay.
But
Like
yeah,
10 and 90.
I don't see anything wrong with buying and selling the extremes. Some people just trade on that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like those
Yeah.
people who, what do you think
Long-term
of? It's like,
holders mostly, right? They
mhm.
just accumulate at really, really high fear levels, and then they get rid of their bags at really, really high greed levels.
It seems like it's just so simple, like, and easier. I don't know, especially for people if like you're kind of messing up your
Yeah. Same with the
compounding.
weekly. Go to the weekly chart, buy the low RSI, sell the high RSI.
Okay.
These are the base trades that I talk about. Like that's the base trade for crypto, is getting in on an asset, holding it until the top, selling it off. Now, whether you want to do that as small cycles, like whether you want to do it as a fear and greed cycle, RSI cycle, 4-year cycle, you can pick whatever cycle you want to play. But that should be the base trade. And then on top of that, you're taking trades that are going to outperform that trade. Right? Like that's how you should judge it. If you're taking another trade besides that one base trade where most of your money should be sitting, if you're taking money out of that, the trade that you're going into needs to outperform that trade. Right? That's when the BTC chart comes in, the your pair charts, right? Your ETH BTC and your Sol BTC or your whatever. And then you slowly go building up from there. But that base trade is what makes it okay to screw up everything else. That 10% that you take out to do leverage, to trade memes, to all of that can go to zero, and that base trade is going to carry you. But if that base trade isn't there, things get significantly harder.
Honestly, it's obviously what saved me these last years.
A lot of people, especially during this run, being heavy Bitcoin, even if you splurged into the alts, being heavy Bitcoin saved you a world of hurt.
I wasn't heavy Bitcoin. I became heavy Bitcoin. It was 50-50 with ETH and alts. No, it was like only 50% at the beginning. At 15K, it was 50%, or at 20K. Like the average was only 50% in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I would go a lot. I was probably like 80% at the bottom. And then with 20%, I was buying all the low cap gems that we talked about and all that shit, and dabbling with memes here and there. But my best move wasn't buying Jasmine at 00 something, or my best move honestly was getting rid of all of my alts in December and going into Bitcoin.
Yeah, yeah.
That saved, not only did it save me, but that locked in those X's that I had already made. And now I just have to 2 or 3x that, and I hit my goals, you know. Where if I didn't do that, I'd still have to, you know, get a 7 or an 8x here from this point.
Hey, Dbloc, I drew the most ugly head and shoulder in the world. Can you destroy it, please, and tell me to stop drawing shit like that on my chart?
Where?
I guess it's bullish opium. I put it in TA chat.
What chart though?
No, in free in this chat.
No. What chart was it though? I'm just gonna pull the chart up.
Oh, Bitcoin 5 minute.
Okay. Oh, I see it. This
15,
one?
15. Bitcoin 15.
All right, let me look at it. Hold on, let me pull you up.
It's so tiny. No,
Oh my
but
God.
don't bother losing your time with that. It's okay.
That is impressive opium though.
But I mean, hey, it's there. That should be inducing people to buy, no?
I mean, yeah.
We even broke out, right? And
You know
came
what?
back
You know
down
what
and-
really upsets me about it is that you didn't even bother to like center the head. Like, if you just slid the head over a little, like if you just did this, then maybe it wouldn't have looked like so crazy.
No, it's already done. We already had the breakout, and we're retesting the neckline, and we're failing to hold the
Oh,
neckline,
this one. So you have, oh wow, so your shoulder's
Yes.
even smaller here. Okay.
Yes, more. Yeah, we already had the breakout. No, it's not that small. It's
Look, this is why
I mean,
some people have to go to the gym, right? Some people have really big heads and tiny shoulders. And it's not that their head is big, it's just that they need to go work out. Like if you go work out and you build this shoulder out a little bit, you bring things into proportion, you know, then it doesn't look so bad. No, I
Yeah, well,
thought
roughly
you were
something
gonna
like
say
that.
I thought you were gonna say this head and shoulders here.
No, it's because I saw that one that I looked for the other one, and it's on more like on ETH, I think.
But that's a slant anyways.
Yeah, it's wronger too, right? No, I was zooming out a bit, trying to see what's the pattern on Bitcoin here. Like we had parallel upward that broke downward, found support at 100K, and now we're doing like a parallel upward, I guess. What else? No diamond.
If we look at the market maker
Rooftop?
fractal, if you look at the market maker fractal, we had our W.
Yeah, that's the higher low from yesterday.
Yeah, and we had our rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise
It's the
3
third leg
retrace.
already. Yeah, I know. I
You would
mentioned
be
it this morning
looking,
that
yeah, for a higher, lower high at some point.
Elliott traders are gonna go short and that's what fueled another rise. Because you could count 3 legs up.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll just put a flat at 100. Just ABC flat at 100. Bam, bam, bam. And then continue to rise.
Yeah, the 15-minute has the 50 right on that SR flip. It's probably where we should leave it. And let her cook for a minute.
103? Yeah.
We're gonna let her cook. Let me go grab a piece of pizza. I ordered some pizza earlier and I'll let the shit get cold on me.
Aye.
And I guess it's time to draw our uptrend so at least we can watch the break of that.
It's a bear flag also, no? Parallel channel up.
Yeah, roughly.
Only 2 touches though.
Yeah.
Oh no, 3 touches. No, no, that's the wick.
Mm-hmm.
2 touches to the bottom, 3 to the up.
I got you. Hold on.
Your pizza is getting colder though.
I gotta heat it up anyways.
But if it doesn't drop below 103, screw it. It's not worthwhile shorting it.
There we go. We can get rid of our CPI line. That already happened. So you see how we were waiting for UK last night to see if they could hold Asia's 50? Right? They managed to hold it and push away at the last minute. Get rid of that too. And then let me draw our bearish pattern from this channel. I personally would draw this as a bearish channel, not a bear flag. We've already come up way too high on that pole. Right, so for me this invalidates it as a bear flag, but it is still a bearish channel. But the measured move is significantly less than if we counted the whole pole. All right, that's what we're looking at. That breaks down. We get really close to invalidating that W, and then we would have just missed our measured move from the W because of the resistance. All right, pizza. I'll be back.
If anybody wants to check out the 10-minute chart on Ethereum, little hopium maybe. It'd be dope if Dogecoin played out like Ethereum did earlier. I was just looking at the chart and I was thinking this looks like Ethereum this morning. Financial advice. It might be game time here.
sell pressure here. Get your hot sell pressure. This daily closes a little bit lower. Bulls might want to push this so you can close this daily candle above the previous body, but it's awfully close right now, and you got about 2.5 minutes.
I think the daily closes in an hour.
Yeah, it's only
Oh,
7
you're
o'clock.
right. You're right. I'm shifted. Yeah. Okay, so you got an hour and 3 minutes. But yeah, right now the daily's looking. It's in that range right now. It wasn't a bullish engulfing earlier, but to print that, it's got to close. It still is a little bit bullish engulfing.
I like what you were saying. I like that. Let's keep that energy up. I think Doge is, well, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to scalp right now. I sold, so I'm hoping I can scoop it back up around 22 cents area, maybe even a little bit lower. So right now I'm just on the sideline in USDC.
I think it looks really good right here. I mean, I don't know what price you're trying to get in and out of.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to get in around 22 cents, somewhere around there.
Well, I meant like what your like the your ROI or whatever, like 22 cents versus 24 cents. Like, would you be cool with 24 versus 24 and a half? You know,
Yeah, I mean anything under 236, I have a good scalp because I'll be buying more Doge than I had. So anything under there is fair game for me. But of course, I want more and more and more and more. So I'm gonna see if I can just be patient and see if we get a little retrace on Bitcoin that I'm thinking might take Doge to at least 0.224, 0.222, and start scooping up around there probably. But if I see Bitcoin turn around real quick and get some big buys anywhere in between here and there, and I feel like momentum shifting and volumes picking up and the order book starting to look a little spicy, I'll probably jump in Doge anywhere in this gap that I left because it's got a gap between 0.231 and 0.236. So
I've got like a little upward channel drawn out over on the 5 minute over the course of the last 6 hours, and it looks like we're sitting at the bottom of it. Anyway, my only point is that if it fails, there's clear invalidation. But if not, then it if it reached the top, it would go up. you know, six
Yeah, and I'm
tenths
not.
six
Yeah,
tenths of a cent.
man, I'm not scared to jump in a breakout, even if I lose a little bit position and have less Doge on my next trade. That's fine. Just like as long as I feel confident that Bitcoin's going to be able to sustain whatever move it's going to do.
Oh yeah, that's right. Your spot bags too.
That's all I'm doing, spot trading. Yeah.
Right, right, right. I
I'll be
think,
right back.
yeah, I hope it wants to just do the hardest fake out ever here.
Big sell's coming in. Big sell's coming in. Watch out.
I just wanted to game, not have to TP stuff and this and that. But if finally giving the double bottom position, what to do here? Wait a second. Oh, A down, B up, C down. Just need that low. I think. Is it gonna give it? Probably not actually. I mean, not on this 1 minute down move. Maybe the next one. Scalping short currently. What you gonna do, Drew? It's not enough of a red candle?
Not enough. I want more
Ah,
blood.
come on, for scalps, this is kind of cool. No?
I want more blood. Give me more.
It's 2% down.
I want more.
2% is 2%.
It's not enough. I'm looking at the chart, and I feel like this chart has to go to at least 103.3 area.
Yeah, but Bitcoin is a bit irrelevant right now. It's just sideways above 100K. Like, I think ETH's continuation upward while Bitcoin does that is more relevant than what Bitcoin's tiny 0.5% ups and downs are doing. Like, if ETH can't hold this 2,650 and gives back its 7% pump, then most alts are gonna suffer a lot, and dominance
but ETH is also keeping its eye on Bitcoin. And let's look at the Bitcoin hourly right now. And if we see Bitcoin hourly, looks like it might want to retest the 103,700, right? Which isn't too far. But if that doesn't hold, that could be very bullish, and we could be making a head and shoulders that takes us down to a neckline of 103,100. And if that fails, then I think 97,500 is in the books.
99.5, no?
97.5.
99.5. Okay, 97.5. Not going to happen. Crystal ball says nope. No, Bitcoin tried to push again. People are TPing it like hell. It's still pushing up. We're currently doing a parallel downward, but people haven't pressed buy on BTC. They're pressing buy on these altcoins. We have our 0.01% typical funding rate on ETH. People bought the dip like hell. That wasn't a dip, but they bought it. Now we end up with like a double bottom at 2,655. There was an opportunity to enter there. It's already way too late. And I guess I'm going to just go back to gaming. And I'll patiently wait for a low on ETH. So any wick below that previous low. Not a high low like this one. I want a low. Because all those people who opened long last time we were here, but didn't get stopped out, right? Well, sometimes they don't get stopped out. Because that's the question. Will ETH make a higher high above 2,738 before it puts a low below 2,651?
I think 2,650 is going to happen first.
We are closer to that level, but we came. Well, we just got put up there. Oh yeah, I'm with you on that one. Just a 5-minute time, well, 1 minute time frame downward ABC, and then continue rising. While staying above resistance in beef workout, and holding support where it previously had resistance. Actually, it's not even coming back down to its resistance. Resistance is it's lower. It's more like 2,600, no? Than 2,650. Well, 2,613. Yeah, if it puts that ABC downward with a lower low, maybe it can go all the way down to 2,615, 13, 10, well, no, somewhere there. But that's not really what's happening right now. People are longing it like hell and selling Bitcoin. You need money to buy these alts, and the only thing that's sellable right now is still Bitcoin. It's not like ETH is at 4,000 or 3,000 even, so you can't really sell it to buy more ETH. You can leverage your ETH, I guess, but... I mean, Solana, XRP... Maybe you can sell other alts to buy ETH, but... Most likely the money is coming from BTC.
I had a W drawn on Ethereum with an invalidation line, and it wicks down the body, closes above it. And the last time I saw that happen was whenever Bitcoin went from like 96 to 103. Anyway,
Yeah, sometimes it's
maybe I'm just open.
it's a double bottom, no? So sometimes they play out nicely, sometimes they don't. But the probability for double bottom holding during an up move is probably pretty high. Huh? I don't know what the stats are. Well, it just did it at 2,400, right? We did like double bottom 2,400, and then that brought it up to 2,700 now. This is smaller though. Yeah, I can't compare those two levels.
Dang, based off the math, that would put us at, if it went the same percentage, it would put us at 2880, which would clear out the like 50 time leverage licks up there, right on it, based off the liquidation levels or whatever, Leviathan. It's just kind of crazy.
Another 7% rise, bringing the total to 15%, which is what the pair has as potential to hit the 200 EMA, if I remember right, something like that. Yeah, it's possible. Seems a bit extreme, but that's what ETH has been doing.
Yeah, I
lately.
agree. Totally
It's
agree.
been pumping like hell, so
That was just the
how about 30% probability of that playing out? I'd say
Yeah.
30% we pump like hell, 30% we dump like hell, 30% we just go sideways. Very helpful.
That like GameStop meme coin GME is kind of breaking out a little bit. Z.
Wow, I just learned. You guys mentioned Ondo a lot. It's actually in the mental ecosystem. I didn't know that. Hmm.
What did you hear? What alert?
You know that token coin
Which coin?
Ondo. It's real
Oh.
world asset tokens.
What about Ondo?
Well, it's in. You can transact with mental on Ondo. It's like multi-chain stuff.
Okay.
I have a bit of a technical issue here. Bybit is stopping their cloud wallet. I have to move whatever I had, and by the end of the month, actually. So I have to sell stuff. Yeah. Oh, so I'm too lazy to do this. Damn, it's a mess. You can delegate. So because they know Web3 cloud wallet is being discontinued, some reward stations or pools, websites, are proposing you to delegate the right to the rewards to another address. So it means I need to delegate the right to claim the rewards on a seed phrase wallet. Well, yeah, I need to tell them that while the cloud wallet still works, I need to tag that I'll be able to withdraw from the deprecated cloud wallet to a seed phrase wallet the rewards that I am currently still getting. It's kind of cool that they have the option to do that. It's just very complex. So I need not to mess this up and not do it the wrong way around, right? I need to connect with the cloud wallet to delegate to another wallet, not connect with the other wallet. And it warns you this action is irreversible. So I gotta do it right. Enter the ETH wallet address you want to delegate your rewards to. Yeah, I need to put my address, right? ETH wallet address. Well, that's not hard. Wait, I have plenty. Which one am I gonna put? MetaMask? Or do I stay inside Bybit wallet stuff? Do I use... Like, I'm not sure which wallet to use. It's gotta be one I backed up seriously. I guess the MetaMask one is the best one. Well, anyway. What's ETH doing? What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's climbing back up while ETH is... Well, not really climbing back up. Not really going down either. Just to make sure I understand this correctly, I need my seed phrase in case I lose my cell phone or I change cell phone, right? It's not going to be backed up by Android itself, right? I'll have to put it myself back in, even if it's on the Bybit app. Yeah. And if I have the browser plugin and I lose my cell phone, I guess I still have access to my wallet on my browser without needing the seed phrase, just with the passphrase. So another way to make it secure is to install your wallet on multiple devices, but never save your seed phrase somewhere so that it can't be stolen. Well, thankfully nobody's here because people would be shouting to me. But I think it's the way I did it here. Can I get my seed phrase? Yeah, I can get it in the wallet, right? It's gonna show it to me again. Like this account. All right, connect to the current account. Show me the seed phrase. Where is it? Oh no, it doesn't show you your seed phrase. It shows you your private key. Damn, so some of these wallets are lost already. Might be a good idea to make a new one, right? I'm happy Dbloc is not here. He knows I know how to do it, but just lazy. So, but seriously, it's another way of backing things up here. Get your seed phrase, put it on like 3-4 devices, and then just rip it off. Oh, I'm seeing bullshit. No, there's an option. View your seed phrase. Okay. It shows you your seed phrase even after you saw it already once, right? Yeah. As long as you have access to the wallet, you can still re-find your seed phrase. That makes sense.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you know about Web3 wallet stuff? It's so complex.
Yeah, I don't tend to get into that too much, you know. I probably should familiarize myself with that more, but I try to keep it simple, I guess to say.
Just don't lose the seed phrase, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't. Yeah.
If someday you delete your wallet
Great
from the
advice. Great
Chrome,
advice.
if you delete your wallet from the Chrome and you want to download it again, you cannot have access again with the only password. You need your seed phrase.
Right. So you could even get like an update of Chrome that breaks plugins and you would lose your wallet, right? Yeah.
Only if you put it out, like you make something new, Chrome or something, you delete the app, you know? Only if you delete the app. If you don't delete it and you have it like pin, like with pin, you are good. But when you delete it and you want to go again on the wallet, you need the seed phrase.
The problem is I'm not sure how to securely store my seed phrase. Like if I just print it and put it in a...
Here, I'll help you.
Wait it better.
I'm gonna give you, Zusi, I'm gonna give you an address, and
yeah, I should put my seed phrase there.
Wait. It's not what you think. It's not what you think.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah,
No, but you're
what's
supposed
up?
to like print it and hide it somewhere. But you know,
Yeah.
What are y'all talking about?
How to secure your seed phrase?
I can tell you.
Okay. Yo, this is. I actually gonna tell you what the in my opinion the best way. Get like stainless steel washers and a nut and a bolt, and then get a hammer and get some press the alphabet press.
Helix.
And just press like hammer the words onto those washers.
Yep.
That way they're fireproof. They're man, it's
or
way cheaper than like the ones they sell you.
Or engrave it on some dog tags if you can, Zusi. Just get some dog tags engraved.
But the problem is hiding it, right? Like I'm gonna hide it in a pile of paper somewhere. But what if
No, you don't want to hide it. Well, yeah, you want to diversify it, but I would really recommend doing it on actual metal. And then putting it in a safe or in a
fire safe
box in your attic. So put it in the wall. I don't, man, there.
Wherever. Bury
it. But yeah, that's a very important piece.
But the problem is about trusting people who come into your house, right?
No, bro. You can call me
you
for
hide
tea if you
that
want.
shit and you don't let anyone know about that shit.
Yeah, Zusi, what you gonna parade? Hey, everyone, here's my seed phrase.
No, I know, but how do you hide it? Like, isn't it?
What do you mean? How did you hide things when you were a kid? You just hide it. Hide it from yourself.
Well, I wouldn't go that far because you don't want to forget about it. but
Oh,
definitely want to
I mean, if
you want
you
to
get it in
hide
the
it in a
house, you'll
spot
find it.
that you know. That's why I
You-
meant a safe would
yeah,
be a good option.
for sure, exactly.
I don't know why. I feel like the safest is to just put it in a zip file, put another password on your zip file, and just put that anywhere on
Man.
But
the.
you
You
don't want
can
that
put
on
it
the.
on
You don't want to
USB.
save that shit on the internet or on any cloud or
You
anything.
can put
You
it
don't
in
want it
USB, bro.
online.
Yeah,
USB.
then
It's
you crack
probably
one
safer.
password and you get the whole
Honestly,
key.
if you are encrypted correctly with like RSA 512, whatever the latest encryption system is, it might be safer than just printing it and putting it in a pile of paper that anybody can find just randomly, right?
Don't
Why?
put it in a pile of paper, Zeus.
You
Don't
don't
do
have a
that.
safety?
But
Like a
You
safety
can't get
you
a
put
safe
money?
like a little black box, a fireproof box safe. You can't get that.
yeah, and the maid, when she's cleaning my house and she sees a new black
Oh
box, what do you
my
think she's gonna
days, man!
think?
That's why Helix is telling you to hide it to where
Yeah, but
someone's not going to go, snooping around, kind of thing. Like they
Bro,
Just
shouldn't be
bury
snooping
that
around.
shit in the backyard under the
Yeah.
doghouse.
Oh,
Bury that shit under the doghouse.
or that shot. Yeah,
That's
bury
that's a
it
good
60
one right
down.
there. Go old school pirate style. Make a map and put an
Yep.
X on paper and put
Go
that
go
somewhere in
carve
your
that shit
direct.
in a tree. Go outside and carve it in a tree. Won't nobody know what it
what
is.
if the neighbor sees me doing that?
You gotta do
yeah,
it
put,
sneaky,
put,
bro. Sneaky.
no, do it like this. Put the name of your love,
Let's
you
get you
know,
a
I love you
tandem set up,
so much,
man.
and
3
put the
cards in a
word.
ring.
Count, Sean. Dang.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
actually
think
do want
Sean's
to
onto
get one of
something.
those tantrum rings. I think I'm gonna go get one of those pretty
Man,
soon.
bury it. Get your dog
Tantrum is the
tags
best,
engraved
bro.
and bury it.
You
Really?
get 2 or 3 cards. You don't need a seed phrase. You can match them up. That's the best. That's the best wallet out.
Okay.
Ain't nobody
Well,
fucking
the
with
best would
Tandem.
be to memorize the seed phrase, right? The problem is I can't trust myself on remembering a seed phrase. Like, that's not gonna happen.
And the first time somebody bop you upside the head to take your wallet, you're gonna forget your seed phrase.
Yeah,
Hell
especially if
yeah,
you
I
stop
heard that
trading
shit.
a year. If you stop trading 6 months, a year, you might start forgetting stuff. It's the same for passphrases you use to access your wallets. You could easily forget them. Yeah.
Write it down, bro.
Yeah, it's better to write it down. But in my case, like I kind of trust computer stuff, so I'm like the
Just put
idea
it
of
in
a
a
cloud
USB, bro.
wallet.
You. Hey, that's on you. Yeah. If you want to
No,
do
but
that, go right ahead.
no, but the idea of cloud wallet it wasn't bad. Like I'm a bit sad Bybit gives up the idea. Now, trusting a centralized exchange to handle your seed phrase is a terrible idea, but the idea of having it on your personal cloud isn't. I don't think it's a bad idea. Like
That's a horrible idea, I think.
Just take.
it could be safer than printing it,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, terrible idea.
Definitely way safer printing it than storing it on the cloud.
But when you print, someone can find the print, right? Like it's not as safe as you think, actually. If you print
I
it.
am more confident in my hiding skills and finding skills than
You feel me?
the cloud.
You feel me?
Well, it depends if you encrypt
Anybody can
your
hack my shit
file.
online.
Hey,
You'd have to rob my
cryptography
house, though.
works. Nobody was able to hack Bitcoin because cryptography works, so you can encrypt your seed phrase.
I mean, the USB is a good idea too, though. That's offline. You could do 2 or 3 of them. That's a good idea.
Oh, you mean like Ledger and all, but they don't store the seed phrase for you.
No, just a regular USB drive.
Oh yeah, and put my seed phrase on a USB drive.
Yeah, that's why I'm talking to you.
You could do like 3 of them.
Yeah, and then put a strong password on the file.
Yeah.
And
that's it.
Yeah, that's probably okay. I think I'm gonna do like that. Yeah.
Maybe get a book, write it on write like one word on the top of each page or something. Just know that book is what that is.
What?
Or you can
Stop making it so
circle.
difficult. Like,
Yeah, but
I
I
felt
might
like it was
forget.
getting made difficult. I don't know. I was
yeah.
just trying to be like,
Here-
hey, here's a book, here's a pen, write it down, keep the book, put it somewhere. I hear you. I'm sorry. I was trying to
No,
help.
you good. You good. You good. Yeah, I'm just messing.
Or make it tattoo, bro. Make it tattoo on your ass.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I would say
Tattooed on your-
shave the dog's ass and tattoo it on the dog.
Yeah, let's all get tattoos with our phrases.
And you cannot see your ass, and you tell your girlfriend, "Baby, can you see what words I have in my ass?"
I can't tell if that says ball or bull.
But like, baby, what's that on your ass? This is the key to the riches, honey.
This is
I think
million ass.
it's probably because of the KYC legislation in Europe about Web3 wallets that Bybit is giving up the cloud wallet idea, that they don't want responsibility of.
Yeah, man, that's not the.
yeah.
That's not. Yeah, I would. So, see, what part of Europe? Are you in Spain?
No, Paris.
Oh, okay, okay. You watch any French Liga 1? Liga 1?
Pas trop, no. But they also have keyless wallet. Maybe that's what I want without a key. Yeah,
Me
it's
personally,
non-custodial.
I took a tablet. I buy a tablet. I put it on the tablet there, like a screenshot or something, and I don't use any internet, nothing in that tablet. So I have it there.
The guys think we
Ooh,
might
ooh,
come on.
ooh! I got a better idea. Write that down. Make you a nice little French poem with your seed phrase, and then put that shit in a picture frame right on your living room wall.
But we can't choose our seed phrase, right? It's the system that generates one for us. Like, it would be cool
Yeah.
if we could just choose it.
I don't know if that is safe.
Well, people might choose easy seed phrase like A, B, C, D, E, but
The thieves will love that.
hey, what's up with this? You got big sales on Bitcoin while ETH is going up? Inverse correlation? Oh, but someone dumped like 500 BTC. It got absorbed again. Price dropped, but you know, nothing major.
Hit it. Come on. Oh, don't do it. Don't reverse.
Oh, daily is in 8 minutes ago. So yeah. Okay. All right, that's good. Starting the daily candle downward. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but it's another daily that started with that now has a bit of a wick.
You think? So you think we're gonna break up out of here?
Yeah, I don't have any doubts.
Like
we will.
all like here. You know, you think we're gonna break down farther, or we're gonna get up out this range and go to all-time highs?
I don't have any doubts. Crypto will go in price discovery again. That's why I bought at 74. The problem is it doesn't mean we can't revisit 74 before we do that. I don't know. Maybe we won't.
We go further. Then we go down farther first, or we crack up out this range first.
I don't
Just
know.
okay. Just asking opinion. That's all.
I think we're so close to 110 that
We are. We really are. Yeah.
It's bound to do it though.
But maybe that's part of the tease. We're so close, but yet so
Yeah.
far away.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Probably not. I know is 110 would be pretty disappointing for a bull market top, and last time we did 65, 69. If this time it only does like 110, 120, and then we start the bear market, it's like, well, pretty disappointing, right? Just a bit higher than last time, just 30% higher than last time. While in the meantime, freaking Nasdaq went 30% higher too. So if that's only what Bitcoin achieves this time around, I'm not sure people are going to buy it for the next bull run. You might just buy Nasdaq. Like, it needs to outperform the stock market for it to be interesting. And it did outperform the stock market in percentage, but not in blow off top, or not in FOMO at the, like, not in structure. In percentage, yes, but not in structure compared to last time. And maybe it's normal with the diminishing returns idea. Like, maybe we can't do 20x like last time.
Yeah.
If you do 20x starting at 15k, it's 300,000.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I know. Now my thing, I was trying to base case some stuff, I mean, even from 15k, we can't do a 10x, we can't do a 10x from there.
But that's only half of what we did last time, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's what, 150, right?
Yeah.
About 150 there. So that's just like, I'm giving myself some lower targets on like the base, like my kind of base case, like based on maybe those diminishing returns,
I'd rather 180 because it's a nice fib level than 150, but
what fib level is that?
well, for good, it's 85% of last time.
Oh, okay.
So last time it's 85% of last time. Yeah. So it would be a bull run that's 85% the size of the previous one.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, we got CPI out the way.
CPI now all-time high. Let's go, Bulls. Where you at?
Yeah, can we just wick below the previous low on if 1 minute chart before going, please? I am a bit biased here, but so I started to move funds out of the Bybit Web3 cloud wallet stuff. 10 minutes later, I completely gave up. It's like, I'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, it took a break. Try again tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly, because I'm still on the delegation thingy there. I'm like, should I really delegate?
Yeah.
Is this secure? It talks about multi-sig wallet, and some rewards are sent on chains outside Mantle. If you don't control the same address there, example with a multi-sig wallet, delegate to a wallet you control. Future rewards will go to your delegate automatically. Bybit Cloud Wallet users deprecated May 31 must delegate to another wallet on Mantle to continue receiving rewards. But if I move my Mantle to another wallet, then why would I continue receiving rewards on the original wallet since the money is now moved, right? Oh yeah, I know. It's because the rewards are time. Well, it's I can't claim for now. I'm gonna be able to claim later. Yeah. That's why you need to delegate then. It's to not lose what you already acquired, but cannot access yet. But the real problem for me is I have other tokens that do not have this delegate thingy, so that's probably lost. Oh boy. Things on Liquify. Well, it's Etana Liquify stuff. Liquify airdrops.
Susie, do you catch any football games?
Too much. I'm more like into PC gaming, I guess, than football.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Paris Saint-Germain is now at the final, right?
Yes. Yep. Champions League.
I know. I do watch the big events, but wrong way, if BTC. I know you can pump another 10%, 5%, but don't do that while Bitcoin is going down. Keep it for when Bitcoin will also be going up. That way we'll get a more explosive candle.
Look at Peanut, man. Peanut's been doing great.
It sounds cute. Peanut.
Yeah, my little peanut.
Tastes
I'd
good
rather buy
too.
the squirrel than the peanut. Just gets eaten. And then it's also tax season in France. I have to file my taxes. And I mean, I'm not going to go on a rant and complain here, but there's a lot of stuff to do in May. Or maybe that's why prices tend to go down in May and June. It's because people sell to pay their taxes.
What are you guys thinking with dominance? You think we're gonna break 60 soon?
Man, he looks. It's looking like that, man. It's just slow bleeding. They slow bleeding out dominance. I mean, we're heading for it. Shoot, couple more dips down, we there. You know. Now, I got some trend lines set up, so let me kick back over here and
I wouldn't
let
be
me look
surprised to see the bigger players basically dominate. I mean, that's the only thing I can think to like keep it normal. because it's everything looks kind of crazy right now, especially with dominance where it's at.
I got a little level at 60, about 61.8, 61.75. If we hit that, I would like to think we might see a bounce possibly, but I don't know. I got some trend lines just under 60% from the bottom coming up, so it would have to get right into 59, 58% to hit them. So I don't know, man. I mean, they just slow bleeding it, so it feels like that's where it's going. It's going to go to 60%. No.
Yeah, I've got a value area low at the around there, 59.8 to like 60.
Yeah,
So
I
if
think
we
that's and Dbloc's talked about that. He's like, if he sees a 5 handle, he's already like, all right, I think for him it might be like that might be it, like kind of deal. But yeah, that's gonna be I think a big key level, like that 60%, 59, 58%. You know, I think that'd be, if we're gonna go higher, that's gonna be the place I think it would be bouncing off of. And if not, well, here we go, all season. And that would be, and the top would have been 110K, right? Maybe. Well, no, Bitcoin can go up with dominance going down. So we just need a lot of flow. We just need a big flow, inflows of money to come in. Oy. That's crazy. Look at those little text points. All these mental notes. We dipping lower on dominance. Man, like Ronin.
The dominance dropping. Wow.
Yo.
Yeah.
Look at Dom. It's dropping.
Mm-hmm.
Finally. 62.15. You think that was its blow off top when it hit that 65.5 or whatever?
I'll tell you one thing. We better hope so.
Yeah, bro.
Because if it wasn't, we don't want to take that ride back up to 65.
Bro, come
So,
on, cuz.
at this point, yeah. I mean, it took
Right,
us
we'll
long
see
enough
if
to get there, right? Like, breaking the top of
yeah,
that
like
signaling alt season, 78 days, more than long enough.
Now, Dbloc, we Bitcoin could still go to like 120, 130, even with dominance kind of
Oh
stalling
yeah.
out or even going down, right? Yeah, yeah. It's just the inflow of money.
When
Just
dominance,
straight
when
money coming
Bitcoin,
in.
yeah, when Bitcoin gets when Bitcoin gets to its top, the dominance will be lower than it is now.
Yeah, yeah. It's just signifying just a lot of money just rushing in to the
Mhm.
market.
Yep.
So
All my friends that are looking at getting into crypto because they've seen what Bitcoin has done recently are looking into other coins because they're quote unquote cheaper.
Of
yep,
course,
yep. That's how it starts.
the first mistake everybody makes.
You ain't lying, club.
I try to tell them, dog. Nobody want to listen, dog.
Nah,
Nobody want to listen, bro.
they'll have their Jesus come the moment, and they'll learn the hard way.
Mm.
I mean, play with all the other shit as much as you want. Just make sure that that shit is gonna outperform Bitcoin, because that's a rough feeling.
Hey, Pepe went up 200% today. Let me buy some here. No, dog. No.
We need exit liquidity.
You know, hear a funny thing. If people hear about 20% discount, like Amazon's giving out 20%, discount off of Prime, whatever. Everybody's rushing and buying stuff. It's funny. You see a 20% discount in the markets, and everybody want to sell everything.
They have no conviction.
It's funny how that shit works, right?
They have no conviction. They don't believe in this, and it's cool. Not everybody has to believe in it, but when you think that something is temporary, take that same example you just said about Amazon. Now go to your supermarket and see a steak off 65, 75% off.
Yeah, good
You'd
luck
be
on
like,
that, because there ain't gonna be
wait,
none
what?
sitting there.
You'd be like, why am I, something's wrong with this?
Yeah,
Like, I'm not
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
buy it because the price went down so much that something has to be wrong with it.
Yeah.
They don't see it as permanent, right? They don't see it as.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is cool. Because, I mean, we need those people,
Yeah. It's just the psychology of it, though. That's all. Like, one of the things. It's very funny how that works. Like, and the market keep doing this over and over through the years, decades. Oh, the same thing over and over. It's very funny how that works.
It really is, man. It's so interesting.
Let someone talk about a sale going on at a store. Everybody and their mom and dad at that store buying everything. But let a discount come out within the markets, be it legacy, Bitcoin, whatever. People want to sell that. It's like, yo, ain't that ass backward? That don't make sense. But like D-Boy said, people don't believe in it, man.
They're looking at it like getting their investment back. They're not looking at it like they just sold an asset to somebody cheaper than they bought it.
Yeah. So I'm keeping that little psychology pivot in my mind going forward.
No. It's PvP, man. So, like, it's humans that we're playing against, right? So it's the same as the psychology of playing a tryhard on Call of Duty or playing a Christmas noob, or like you have to know the psychology of the counter trade.
One friend
You ever
told me.
use Hyperliquid?
I like Hyperliquid.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking about using it for perps, but I have to obviously, VPN.
It's very slick. Like the UI is great. It's probably the closest thing to a sex on a DEX right now. Or the closest thing to a centralized exchange.
Okay, we're sitting on that.
I was about
support
to say a
resistance level.
sexualized exchange.
Some people don't know the slang, man. You gotta tell them.
Like Dbloc, you need to get some more sleep, bro. I ran on fumes.
It's been one of those days, man. I was going back and forth with Comcast.
Oh yeah.
That's the worst one. It's not even you. You can't like. First of all, if your shit isn't out for 24 hours completely, then they won't prorate you. So what they do is that they cut you off for 12 hours and they give you about an hour of internet with no upload speed. And then they give you another 12 hours of off. You know what I mean? So it's like, I just hate when you know people are being sneaky like that. You know, you're just trying to get around the whole prorating me for a day or whatever.
Yup.
Makes you wonder what really knocked that tree down. They're hunting you, bro. They're hunting you.
Probably termites, man. The termites have been bad this season.
Yeah, the termites.
Nah, them shits legit are swarming. I got a tree in the back that they've all but butchered. I got to do something about that.
A dead tree?
Well, it's not dead, but it will be if I let them keep going.
Yeah, soon enough.
Yeah. Those black orders are delta neutral orders, Kier. That means they didn't move price. There was a seller for the buyer, or there was a buyer for the seller.
So we got oh my bad. Go ahead.
No, you're good, bro. I was just
No,
going to
go
ask
ahead.
if you were able to get some trading in today, D-Block.
No, not really. I mean, I managed to maintain whatever positions I had open mobile, but no, I didn't do anything new.
Nice. Hopefully it's one of those times you were talking about where sometimes it's just best if you don't do anything at all. Like
Yeah,
sometimes,
there
dog,
wasn't
I
really
just
much
wish I
to
was
do.
sleeping.
There wasn't much to do. Everything looked pretty good today. Dominance is still knocking out bottoms here, so nothing to worry about. This just tells me that any retracements we get on alts aren't going to be like what we've seen before. We're used to the alts pumping and then dominance taking it all back and alts giving everything back.
Yeah, it's kind of concerning me. I mean, I just keep keeping my eye on it because it's like something new.
So we have three Fed speakers tomorrow, and we got jobless claims Thursday morning, 8:30.
I really don't see a whole hell of a lot in front of us that that I'm worried about too much.
We got core PPI Thursday. All that stuff's Thursday, 8:30 in the morning. Jerome Powell speaking, 8:40 Thursday.
Yeah, I still feel like we got some good news coming this week with trade deals and.
What's
Yo,
Friday?
I think the sleeper news is gonna be Ukraine and Russia. Like if they end up meeting in Turkey and Trump is there and he ushers in like publicly, like he's all about optics. If he publicly ushers in like a signing of a treaty or a truce, I think things are gonna. He kind of hinted a little bit at it today at when he was speaking in Saudi Arabia conference or whatever. But that's Thursday.
Let's see.
He's taking a turn. He's lifting all sanctions off of Syria.
Yeah, that's big for Russia because they're. I don't know what the relationship with Syria, but I know they've got some really close. They're close to Syria.
He's not getting along with the Prime Minister of Israel anymore. Why?
Yeah, him doing that was kind of behind his back. He's doing deals kind of behind his back.
Yeah.
Well, not behind his back, but like I guess I don't know how to say it, but he's like not
He's not
doing
gonna
it.
be happy.
He's not being included. Yeah. Dude, Trump wants all. He wants a Nobel Prize.
Mm. Let's see. We got others. Others is holding up. Okay.
I don't know how you feel, man. It's that PTSD, bro, because it's like we've been rewarded for being paranoid, right? We were in a situation, we just came from a situation where being paranoid saved us, kept us safe, saved us some money, you know, and so that behavior was encouraged. We've rewarded ourselves for that behavior, so it's ingrained now.
All about that pivot.
But the tides are changing.
Mm-hmm. It feels like it as well. I don't know if that feels like y'all with the others, which with maybe altcoin, altcoins is really on the verge. It almost feels like it. It's just the way Dominus is acting. It's just like, it's like we've been going on for so long.
For me, altcoin season starts, and I hope both these things happen at the same time, but we need to be down right about to hit 59, and we need to be breaking all-time highs on Bitcoin. And then we're going to go absolutely stupid.
Yep. I got some trend lines that are intersecting right into that 69, that 58.5, 60%. So, yeah, that's going to be a probably a defining area right there.
It could take a little while. It could take a little. I mean, honestly, we want the timing of it to line up. So, like, if we're giving this much ground up on Bitcoin, let's not rush it. Let it go.
For sure.
Let it drop. Let's get really as low as we can get before we make that push.
Yeah, the QE has to also time with that, right? So may close by.
QE?
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it'll give us our blow off top in August. I'm hoping for August I'm hoping to start peeling out all of my positions in August. Like I said, August, September, October is when I'm moving out. So August, I plan on peeling my alt positions, waiting for the dip, loading back into my highest conviction alts and Bitcoin for the last swing up. And then I'm hoping that right around that August, September time, they announce QE. If I could wave a magic wand and make it happen, that's the timing I would look for. The reason that I like QE at the end, and I know I talked about how it could possibly spur on some sort of super cycle, but even if it doesn't, the reason that I like it is because having that much liquidity at the top means that the top should be pretty forgiving. Right? Like, you shouldn't get the 30% God candle down that's like, oh, I just gave back so much money from the, There should be a lot of sort of choppiness at the top. I'm guessing a big sort of Wyckoff distribution.
Yeah. They did that. You talking about Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah, they did that last cycle. The first peak they did, like you said, yeah, they stalled it out up top, went up and down in a little range, just dropped to 50%.
But that euphoria moment will be when the QE starts, and it will not last too long, right? A month or month and a half before it starts dumping.
Month and a half, 2 months, 3 months. The problem is that we have a lot of big players, and I'm hoping they play the game with us from all of the material they've been putting out, BlackRock, VanEck, and everything. Seems to me like they're telling their people, you know, during the bear market, you don't want to hold this. Then we come back, it's like a cyclical play. If that happens, then we could see really large load offs at the top. You know, which means that the big guys will sell into QE.
Yeah, that's when the retail is buying and they're selling.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Don't worry, retail will sell it back to them down at the bottom.
You ain't lying.
Retail will hold it all the way to the bottom and then sell it right back to them for the cheap.
Here you go. I'm tired of holding this thing. You can have it. All right,
Hey,
then you just watch it go up another 800%.
My name ain't retail.
I was talking with myself.
You ain't lying, Dbloc. Hey, just give it right back to the bottom. Crazy Coron.
What do you think about ARC, M, and PIT?
I'm going to short the hell out of them during the bear market.
But are they like viable to get into?
You mean at this time?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna buy Bitcoin, it's the same as if you wanted to buy IBIT. I mean, you're gonna make the same amount of money.
It's not IBIT, sorry. ARC, ARKM, the crypto, ARKM.
Oh, Arkham Intelligence.
Arkham.
I haven't looked at Arkham for a while. Where's Wooney? Wooney likes Arkham. Let me I mean, I use Arkham every day. It hasn't really translated to the huge price action for it, but I know that their exchange that's coming in is supposed to be the catalyst, the main catalyst. This looks a lot like everything else as far as how its recovery has gone. Daily uptrend broke. Daily downtrend broke. Nice big higher low fractal. Marking the bottom for a little sniper position. Even a smaller higher low fractal at the bottom gave you the perfect entry. Perfect sniper entry. Oh, this magnet is killing me right now. What are you doing? Well, it broke out, retested, and went. So, I mean, if I wouldn't say you're early on it, but on the daily, you're just putting in the left side of your W, right? Oh, actually, no. It already gave it. I thought it would be smaller than that. Yeah, so you're above your daily. You're reaching out for your 200. It has a lot more to go, but you're not early on this now. Very similar to pretty much everything else that has moved but hasn't gone sort of parabolic. Yeah, sort of looks like IMX. W broke out. It's actually a little bit behind Immutable X. But as far as upper targets go, yeah, I think your 1618 is probably your target here before retracement. 200 EMA, 236 fib, 1618 fib extension. You've got your vectors over here that are your target, or your motivation, I should say. Takes you right into that range. It's a good area of confluence there. This actually would have been a nice trade to take. How far is it off the bottom? I mean, there's two different ways to look at this, right? You can look at it and say, well, it's already 113% off the bottom. Or you can look at it and say, it's still 79% from the top. You know? It just depends on how much conviction you have in the coin.
Yeah, my buy price is much higher. So
You're just trying to get back to, yeah. No. I'll look at Arweave and then let me look at ETH real quick. Arweave still reaching out for its 200. What we've been waiting for to see is that daily W pattern. Where do we put it in at? Right, we were watching here to see if we put it in there, but it didn't. So we've got here, which is where we are now, and here. Right, so the question is, do we get that W here, come back and retest that 50 on the daily like everything has been sort of looking like it wants to do, and put in that W, or does it pop up and do it up here? $200 EMA should come down by the time price gets up here for a rejection off the 200 EMA. But so far this looks strong. Came above the 50, retested it once, twice, took off, came back, retested the cloud of it with a nice little tweezer bottom, took off. So you're just watching for those two levels now, 903 and 1051. Could just reject from here, right? But you gotta see it play out. Still making its way up. ETH flagging out, trying to make its way through the rest of this vector gap. We just got to break those highs. Got to invalidate that stopping volume candle. Remember, if we flip the chart and we were buying a dip, we would have bought this dip. Right? We'd be waiting for that to invalidate. And then for price to come back up for mean reversion. Which means we got to take the idea of a dip here seriously. Right? We have to make it prove it, which means we got to put in a new high. Or invalidate that stopping volume candle.
Golden pocket of the hold down move.
You can call
if
this.
If it doesn't react, let's go. You know that.
Yeah, you could call this your bullish trigger.
Yeah. Bitcoin completely ignored it. It was at 95K on Bitcoin. We're well above it. So I guess probabilities are that ETH is also gonna ignore it. No, just we barely returned to the mean on ETH. The 200 MA is also here. But yeah, it could cause a few red candles. So I took a short, but it got stopped out. So I took another one, it got stopped out.
Yeah, I'd be careful shorting ETH. The one thing I want to say whenever anybody asks me about ETH is, bro, we spent months and months and months and months and months mapping out the suppression on ETH. And we said that the second that they lift that roof off the top of ETH, it's gone. You know, at this point, without it being suppressed the way it was, there's really no telling how bad the retracements get, if even.
Dbloc, would you be able to peek out ADA?
ADA. Lower high on the 15-minute. So nice though. Did it take out all its vectors? Yeah. Gonna have to watch the momentum here and see if she holds. But it is kind of flagging out for the most part.
I had 2FA authentication on my cloud wallet, which I'm not having on a typical wallet. It's actually probably less secure.
The 2FA?
Oh, really? Yeah, I have 2FA with the Bybit cloud wallet. Like, whenever you try to move funds, it asks you for your 2FA, which a typical wallet won't. It will just send it.
Yeah.
So
this vector gap that we have here real quick before I move off of it, remember we look for 50% of that vector.
Yep.
Which is sitting right at the 50 EMA, right at the 200 EMA on the daily. It's that sort of retracement that we're looking for all the alts.
Good back test.
Yeah, so if that's not gonna go, then I would expect it to
Yeah.
come back and
Gotcha.
and take it. They'll get impatient here, right? You've had your market maker candles and then they left it to retail. Market maker stopped the volume. Retail is still sort of floundering around. They don't push it, they'll take it. The top side motivation would be the rest of this vector up here, which would make sense because if it does break out your measured move from this flag, for the most part, would probably take you right up into it.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, so it's like one of those if this then that scenarios, which sucks because it's usually when you have to be glued to your. I mean, honestly, you could put a line up above here and put an alert above the flag and an alert below the flag. I think gaming pumps soon, man. I think gaming's gonna be one of the big runners when we get going. I promise you, I'm telling you from right now, keep your eye on gun. Even if you're not buying any gun is gonna give you the heads up for when gaming is gonna take off.
Let's see if I got that in the wish list there. I see.
Just let this thing double. Watch what's gonna happen to gaming.
Is he what? Is gun just GUNN?
GUN USDT.
GUN. Okay, got it.
So this accumulation range that has been in, you might as well call this gaming narrative accumulation. As this pops. I've been saying the same thing for like 2 years. Before the game was even out, I was saying that guns was going to be responsible for probably the biggest gaming narrative run we've seen for a while.
Dbloc, you own it, cuz.
Shit, I'm gonna either own it or I'm either on it or I'm gonna own it when it screws up.
Hell yeah. Sorry, I just got some food in me. Got me all excited.
Nice. It could retrace back into this accumulation. I mean, we haven't popped that far out of it to where I could say that we really broke accumulation, right? If we bring it up to the body wick, you know. But do I expect it to come all the way back down to the bottom of the range? No, probably not. If anything, I'd be looking for a retracement back to the sort of scene of the crime right here, where we had some price action. 56 cents, 53 cents, something like that. So what we've done is put in a rather large W pattern here. I'm gonna make another gun purchase though. I haven't bought all my gun yet. I do plan on deploying some more funds.
Virtual. Perpetual.
So it's sort of bittersweet that we're at the top of this accumulation range for me.
MetaMask now has a Bitcoin address. Oh. Yeah, of course, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, you mind looking at Casper when you get a chance?
Gotcha.
Seems like it's doing pretty good. Appreciate it.
Why don't I have Casper? Yeah, I know I've done TA on Casper this month or so. There it is. Yeah, measured move hit. Stalling out just like everything else. Fastball on the daily. See how everything's sort of looking at that 50 EMA retracement on the daily? Casper got the 800 underneath it too for like extra support. The question is really, is Bitcoin going to retrace, right? So that retrace to the daily for Bitcoin, so we can see what it looks like. Right, you're talking about Bitcoin coming down to clear that vector. 97, 98, 50 EMA will be up there by then. So if these two meet halfway, then we're looking at, 98, 97, maybe a wick to 96. And doing that brings all of our alts down to their 50s. Which should be, the next area of being able to either get back in or to recompound or to add to any positions that aren't as big as we would like them. But we have to be careful because we got, Bitcoin needs to make that move for that to happen. Dominance is way too strong.
You think we have possibility of coming down that far?
Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal at all. I don't think that's a big deal for Bitcoin at all. Right, you're talking just regular old vector recovery.
That'd be a good chance to buy some alts if anything you felt like you missed out on.
That's how I'm playing it. Or adding to positions that I didn't swing heavy enough in. You know what I mean?
Right, because that should.
Because remember, we've been waiting for this lower high for a long time, right? So a lot of people were like, "Well, I'll just put it in on the lower high. I'll just put it in on the lower." And on the higher low, and we just haven't got it.
It's the same trend up still, right?
Yeah. What is going to be cool though is if you look at what we're doing. If we do get that move down to the 50.
Yeah, inverted head and shoulder.
Then that W that we put in there, or the inverted head and shoulders. I'll give you that. That one I'll give you, Zusi.
But there's already one. It's just very small left and right shoulders.
It's there though. Yeah.
So either way, coming
we need
down
to
to
pump
the
a bit
50.
higher. We need to pump a bit higher still, even to close the head, right?
No, we're at the head. These are just wicks here. You can put it all the way down to the body, and we're right at the heads. Body, body.
Then we need a body here too.
You gonna tell? I won't tell if you don't tell.
I ain't saying shit.
Right.
I mean, it wouldn't be a perfect head close.
But either way, even if we can just ignore that and just make it a W, right? It doesn't have to be a head and shoulders. It's the same measured move.
Yes, you know, it's way past 130.
That takes us to my target, like 50.
Lucy sound like a serial killer. We need a body over here,
That takes us to
body
my
over there.
So far we had, you know, the big bull flag consolidation that brought us up to the next level. And then we'll have an inverse head and shoulders that brings us up to the next level. And then here we'll have blow off tops or whatever the hell's going to happen after. But I am selling into these ranges. 1000% I'll be selling into those ranges.
The question is, will longs, like on Bitcoin, I'm not too worried, but on these alts, will our longs survive that right shoulder?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So look, just like, give me an alt.
ETH?
Right.
That thing is crazy enough to go put a new low below 1400 now.
Well, ETH is maybe the scariest example you could have chosen, but the retracement, the retracement to the 50 wouldn't bring you down underneath 2K.
Okay, it would be able to hold its micro SR at.
Yeah, it would probably hold this SR at 211. 50 EMA will come up, it'll come down, clear these vectors, take 50% of this vector range.
Yeah.
If we take to see what 50% of that vector range is right there.
You can just do nothing and expect the right shoulder to not go lower than
every alt. Look,
90K.
Jasmine, you know, you'd expect Jasmine to come back to the 50. You'd expect Morph to come down to the 50. You'd expect Pengu to come down to the 50. I mean, these aren't horrible moves, but they are great sort of to get back in on. You know what I mean? Some of them have just hit their targets and haven't gone too crazy, so that retracement isn't a big deal. And some of them have moved a little further than you would like.
The tiny problem is there is zero sign of that right shoulder happening. We got the stock market continuing to rise today. We got Dixie starting to go down again. We got and even gold was a green.
To me, it's just the fact that I mean, if you turn everything off.
Bearish CVD going on. People are selling like hell, yet price is still pushing up. We have a short squeeze. No, honestly, I don't find a lot of arguments.
To me, it's literally just this. There's not. If this was a 5-minute chart, we would expect that if this thing didn't pump, it would retrace to the 50. Stop looking at it like a daily. Look at it like a 1-minute chart, or a 5-minute chart, or a 15-minute chart. If we cannot break that high, you would expect a rollover, tap, and then try again. There's just so much attached to it because it is daily and it is Bitcoin and all are, you know. But if you just clear all of that and just look at the price action, you know, and honestly, you couldn't even truly get up in arms if it came all the way down to the 200. Technically, I don't think it'll happen because of all the reasons you mentioned earlier. But if the FOMO can't pop us, then,
I think it will happen.
Then we'll come down.
It will happen, but we'll put a new high before that happens.
150, 160.
No, just 109,950.
No. If we break all-time
high,
if we break all-time high, I don't think we see 80s again.
Not 80K, but down to like 90.
Yeah, Roka, there's always a case where it pumps and leaves people behind. There's definitely a case where this thing just goes.
It's about trapping longs, Dbloc. There's no trap longs here. On ETH there is, on alts there's gonna be, but on Bitcoin there's none. I
Yeah.
mean, there's really not a lot. People are not longing Bitcoin. They're longing alts.
Smart
I hope
people.
majority is right.
I hope
We'll
they're
see.
picking the right alts is the question. That they're right in theory. Whether they're going to be right in practice is another story, right?
That's what my ex-wife used to tell me.
Sounds good. What I need to get. That's probably going to be one of the merch hoodies for the YouTube.
Sounds good.
Just going to say sounds good.
Yeah.
How about
Yo, Dbloc, you think it's safe to assume that like most retail is still not really here?
Nah, nobody's here. There's nobody here.
They're never gonna come back.
There's 200 people in the chat right now, right? We're at about 4.5K subscribers. There's nobody here yet. And that's just a small sample size. If you look at all the other channels and you look at the viewership, everything is super down. When you consider it to all-time high numbers, and we're at all-time high. Meaning the last time we were at 105, there was way more people in here. So those people that went away on the retrace haven't been back, and we're already back to where we were.
That's what I feel like. To get those people back, we'd have to like be at an all-time high again.
I saw a couple polls on Sideline, how many people were in the Sideline. And the average was about 35%. So it's like you got 35%, you got funding rates almost not, I mean, just a clean board at this level, which is crazy, right? You would expect that shit to be lit up like a Christmas tree. So that just tells me that there is plenty of money to still come in off the sidelines, and great rates for them to long with.
That's what I was gonna. In terms of funding rates, we haven't seen like one of those like Bitcoin nasty flushes, you know, like
because it hasn't gotten overcooked. I mean, it's the shit looks
negative.
The shit's clear
It's negative
as of today.
Send it higher.
Yeah.
I say send
Oh,
it
okay,
higher.
maybe then it changed today.
I feel like the only way price can go higher is people keep like they get their retail that's on the sideline to chase. Like they just gotta get shit. If they get them, because what they're gonna do is like if you get sideliners in, they're just gonna mess up the price, man. They're just gonna scalp here and there. Like they need power, dude. You need power.
ETH BTC looks like it might want to work.
Nah, bro. This is not. Listen, let me explain something. This is not what I'm talking about. You see this over here? Let me go back. Go back a year. This nastiness
that's crazy,
right here.
very bullish. Yeah.
When that looks like that here, that's when you have to worry about. Like, look at us on the. There's nothing. There's nothing here.
It's slightly positive on average. Right now it's negative, but yeah.
But what I'm saying is that there's nothing to flush. You know what I mean? Like there's no real reason to flush anything. Altcoin has got a little overheated, you know, from time to time. But
well, alts, yeah, but Bitcoin.
So like typically,
even
Bitcoin,
Bitcoin's
I'm not familiar with like heat maps, but when that happens, price just keeps going higher, right? Until it like overheats. Until you get that flush.
Yeah.
But it's about the FOMO, right? When people really FOMO, they open longs like hell. That's not really.
Listen, when it gets too bad, exchanges will start paying you to short.
Wait, can you
once
see the
exchanges
opposite end of that?
once the exchanges start incentivizing people to short, it's probably a good idea to take some profit.
Yeah, is there a way to see the opposite of like is shorts overheated? Like are shorts? I don't know if that.
It's the case right now.
Yeah. When it's green, it's the opposite.
It's the case. It's
Oh,
worse
okay,
on
okay.
the stock market, by the way.
No, it's
Yeah,
pretty
I
nuts.
was listening to Bloomberg and they were saying that like people that are short stock market are facing like billions of dollars of losses
Yeah.
potentially if there's no retracement.
Yeah. Same
Fund
in crypto,
managers
which
are
is why
told.
we're not getting a retracement. It's to trap, well, it's to not entrap them. And they're exiting.
Let's check the
Hold on,
RSI
guys.
heat
I'm
map.
still on the sideline, man. Damn, what's all this bullshit?
Well,
talking about?
before we get too excited, let's look at this RSI heat map. These are all of our alts right now. Everything is in the red for the most part. But we got a couple have reset, but for the most part, everything's really high. We look at the 24-hour.
If you go monthly, they're all down.
You know, yeah. But what we're talking about is, are we getting a retracement now? We know that. Oh, they won't even give you the monthly. I was about to say, we know the weekly. You know, this is where we got into our positions and everything beautifully just took off like it was supposed to. But on lower
the
time
weekly is not
frames,
overbought, right?
yeah. But on lower time frames, it's not a bad idea. You know, ETH is all the way at the top. 40's all the way at the top. Ronin.
BTC
You know,
breaking
so
out.
if you go to CoinGlass, give me a second. I'll post this on YouTube for y'all. If you go to CoinGlass, just take a look at this and just find your alt, right? Find what you're in. Maybe you're in Nero, you know?
So the lower it is, the safer you are.
Well, yeah, this is like this would be when your RSIs are at the bottom. This would be when your RSIs are at the top, right? You're oversold and you're overbought. The problem is that things can stay overbought for a while, right? But you know, and you can see if they're still going up. You see the little green lines that are attached to them. You can see the ones that are high and still going up, and the ones that have sort of paused out and are waiting for that. If Bitcoin turns around, you'll see all of these start to red tail, right? Like this one's already coming down. ALCH is already has a red tail on it.
I like that RSI heat map. That's dope.
It's pretty nice. It's better than flipping through all your charts and looking at the RSI, you know.
Kinda like I like
I
that
wish
better than
they let you set favorites, bro. That would be that I would love to have my portfolio. That's it.
that with bubble maps. You're good to go.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Look at them. They send me right to Bybit. I like how they have a long and a short button right there. Once you're all hooked up, you just come and look at this shit and you're like, short it all.
All right, you guys can stop buying right now because I'm losing position every second that goes by.
Well, everything is slowly making its way back down to the bottoms on Bitcoin, right? We go to the 1 minute. So you've got your 5, your 15. Some of your smaller time frames are starting to get to the top and turn around. But most of your bigger time frames are already down low. Your 4-hour, your hourly. Once everything resets, right? All of these stochastics reset at the bottom. Then we'll have another situation like this. When everything is reset and everything can nicely flow.
Another thing that persuaded me to get out of my position was the daily candle too, how it closed. It closed just a little bit under the body. So we got a minuscule bearish engulfing. But or bearish, whatever. It's not engulfing, whatever you would call it.
The other thing is, has Bitcoin ever made a new all-time high before the stock market? Isn't it usually typically after?
No, they go back and forth. They'll go back and forth. Take a look at greed real quick though, guys. We're knocking on the door of extreme greed here. Right, we're sitting at 73.
That's crazy. Weren't we at like 2 at one point? Or like
We were
3
at
just like a
10
couple weeks back?
back here. When we got to 9 on this thing, or when we got to 10 on this thing, and everybody was screaming the world was over. Remember, like, we were like, you know, there's people that literally just buy when it's under 10. And then, you know what's crazy about this? Let me show you something cool.
That 5-minute candle on ETH is
Bitcoin's testing local here support.
Measured move of 79 on the RSI. I mean, on the fear and greed. People tell me that you can't chart. Listen, I will chart anything that has an opening and a closing candle.
Hell yeah.
Anything that has an opening and closing candle, and nobody can tell me shit.
And I hear a lot of people like, no, you can't chart meme coins. Like, man.
If they start talking shit, coach, I got your back.
Yo, meme coins are like the purest form of charting. Because like I feel like sometimes they, especially
Momentum
when they're
trading.
first launching. Yeah.
Anybody that
first
tells
time
you
it's
you
not
can't chart meme coins is like, so there's no momentum on meme coins. So there's just no way to track momentum on memes, is what you're telling me.
I bet you can't chart my coin. USDC.
Bro, I can go to a fish market and get the opening and closing price of the fish for the day, go home and chart it, and come back and buy the dip if I had to. But that's what's so powerful about TA, right? Like we don't know if this is gonna last forever. We don't know if we're gonna be trading memes forever. It moves to another asset or it moves to another. But as long as it's a market that has an opening and a closing price,
will be traded on.
You'll be able to use your skills to trade it.
And if you got no skills, you can test your luck.
Yeah, that always works too. I mean, the testing your luck part, not that it doesn't always work, but
Hey, Dbloc, I mean, you ain't got to look at it right now. I was just wondering about bubble maps, BMT, the chart, the coin.
I'm not sure what their whole. So, my initial instinct is that it was a money grab off of the popularity of bubble maps recently with all of these. I really don't. I really don't understand the tokenomics or what pushes price or how me using bubble maps makes the bubble maps chart go up.
So true. So true. Thank you.
You know what I mean?
That's what I needed to hear. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
It had hype and it moved, but I mean, it moved like anything else moves when it has hype, and it's given back almost its entire vector. Retail slowly sort of fizzled out until it rolled over. But I haven't looked into it at all, bro. They could have some pretty cool ideas, and I just don't know about them.
I was on his face with the devil bubble maps, and be careful, man. That dude, he is on some H-Ron or something. Like that dude is outer space. Like he's his own bubble map.
This drop right here is troubling.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully I got out. I saw it whenever it got listed, and then I bought some because I saw that you pulled up bubble maps a couple times. I'm like, well, I'm thinking like a regular investor, not like a tokenomics point of view.
Yeah.
And
it's the same with Arkham, right? I love Arkham. I use Arkham every day. I have no idea how me using Arkham makes Arkham go up. No idea.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about Arkham. Arkham's, I think it's just like governance token, right? There's no like.
Yeah, but they're trying to become an exchange, I believe, and then I think that will be their exchange token in the future. But it's like a lot of speculation right now. I know for sure they've applied to become an exchange.
I think Zach ZPT should become a exchange, man. That dude, he's got more dirt than Arkham got on people.
Bro, that dude has his, it's not, you know, he's just sitting back now and his AI agent does everything, bro.
That's awesome. He programmed his agents.
Yeah, he programmed his own agent, and then it's like when I can't look for shit, they'll be looking like I'm always on the case at this point. You know what I mean?
He's cracked so many cases.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I wonder how many people offer him like bribes or hush money. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know, what's his name? The dude from Port Paulie. They gave him some Lutskis not to talk smack on him.
You know, with gun having a max supply, I'm just wondering how many people are going to accumulate gun on the game. And like you were saying, you don't even know. I mean, obviously you could figure it out how to transfer it, but they never, you know, you have it on the game, you never figure out how to
It'll
transfer
be
it,
locked
or
there. Yeah, for the
yeah.
most part. Yep.
I mean,
Bro, I
that's the
wanted.
kind of stuff that freaking gets me lit, bro. Let's
I
go.
was watching gameplay on it, and this dude was slaughtering everybody with this gun. I immediately went to the guns app, went to the marketplace to look for the gun. It was like 64,000 gun to get the actual, you know, to buy the actual gun, and I was like, yeah, this is gonna work, bro. This is for those
Yeah.
play to win guys. Like, this is gonna
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Somebody, if they like, once they know how they can, you know, once they realize that they can go buy the gun and get the without
Right.
having to earn it.
It's like buying
Why'd they
stuff
go
on
Solana
Clash
then?
of Clans or you name it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why'd they go on AVAX though, man? I'm thinking they should have went on something else. But
It's
AVAX
layer
is
zero. I mean, they've got their own blockchain for the most part, right? All the layer ones on AVAX, you know, AVAX is the base layer, but it allows you to come and create your own layer on AVAX. That's why AVAX guys get mad when they call them a layer one. They're like, no, we're a layer zero. All right. Gotcha.
So that gun, was the player selling it for 64?
Somebody online, there was a bunch of them for sale. Like
So it's a marketplace.
Yeah.
Oh,
I played the gun. I played the game for like 3 rounds. I won 2 rounds. I got killed because of my team on the one time that I decided to actually play with a team, and I made about plus what I spent, maybe like a little bit over 100 gun, and I've got like 30 something NFTs.
damn. I bet that shit's gonna be cyclical, kind of like Apple stock with an iPhone. It's like it depends whenever the new one's released.
Well, what it's going to depend on is the meta, and it's already happened. So the other day they announced that they're having a blackout. Going to be like a blackout night mode, right? That they're bringing to the game. So my ass jumped on the marketplace and used the gun that I had to buy a bunch of laser sights that were going for nothing because nobody uses the laser sights and nobody uses the night vision goggles.
Oh shit, bro.
So I loaded up on laser sights and night vision goggles, and when that mode comes out, they're gonna go up in price because people are gonna need them. So you see what I mean? Like every time a meta changes, every time a gun gets a buff and it becomes more powerful than it was. Yeah.
You know, like the player versus player aspect of like buying a coin and selling it is one thing, but to like go and buy a bunch of scopes before the fact and then sell them just to get the coin, like
I'm
it's
loading
like,
up. Yeah.
yeah, that's so badass.
I just hope everybody does the same thing, right? I've noticed that they already went up in price from when I bought it, but I think it's because everybody's thinking the same thing. So everybody's loading up on multiples.
Interesting.
And the game is so early right now that the NFTs that I have are only numbered at like between 1,500 and 2,000.
Right.
There's some NFTs I have that there's only like 70 of them, 180 of them, shit like that. So you get all of those people to agree on a price, or you get somebody to buy up all 180 of them, and then they can set their price.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, that's what like, I mean, I'm not bringing this up. I'm just saying in general, like with Pokemon cards, that's a lot of the kind of the bottleneck is like you don't actually know how much supply's out there, and you don't know how much supply is on the open market at any given point. Like there is no order book. So this whole NFT thing, which essentially will be like an order book, in relation to NFTs, it's gonna be freaking wild. Like, this is the thing that excites me. That's so cool. I've got to play that gun game.
I mean, everybody. What's cool about it is that there's really not a lot of Web3 involved. But every time you grab something and you open it up and you spend guns to reveal what it is, you're basically buying an NFT with your guns token.
Right.
Now, the thing is, you can do it a couple ways. You could either just play the game, make a bunch of guns, and then I guess make your money like that. But the gambling aspect of it, I guess, is risk the gun to open up the NFTs, and then you get something rare that's worth way more guns. You could play it a bunch of different ways, or you could not play the game at all and just buy gun token.
Do you think that the creator of Gun would ever have discounts on the items? Like,
I
it's
don't know.
like,
It's the
hey,
people. It's people that are listing the items, right? So,
okay,
because Gunzilla themselves aren't selling any guns.
right.
The only guns they provide are in the boxes that you have to pick up in the game, and you have to open and get lucky, right? They haven't been minted yet. All the NFTs that have been minted or revealed are put for sale on the market by people. So it's going to be whatever people decide shit is worth. Right?
What platform is that marketplace running off of? Do you know?
AVAX. The base layer of it.
I always loved AVAX. Damn. Thanks, man.
Gloomy, it's like 700. It was common, so it wasn't a lot, but it's like 700 gun. Yeah, I had one of those guns from a long time ago before the game even came out. Well, the alt watch list that I put out in the beginning of 2024 had a note on top of it to save money for coins that hadn't come out yet, and guns was on that list. That's how long I've been watching this thing.
People see a list, they're like, guns? What's Dbloc want with guns? It's a crypto. It's just a crypto.
I think the best way to do it is, for me anyways, get a little guns, play the game for fun, and then look for those market opportunities.
Boom.
You know, look for those, because whenever I play games, like, I'm always paying attention to what the meta is, right? There's always one gun that's stronger than the other. There's always one loadout that's, like, you know, superior to the others. And as that goes changing, things that weren't valuable before become valuable. Yeah, it's a third-person shooter, kid.
That arbitrage aspect is, like, just so freaking cool to me. Like, it's so fun. It's like the game itself becomes acquiring the, you know, digital asset just to be able to sell it or trade it and, like, level up and level up. Like, that's a game in itself.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is a pretty good example of what they're aiming for with the economy here, except it's all on-chain. Yeah, I'll look at Sol on the daily for you. Sol's one that daily retracement will hurt if we get it. I mean, not gonna hurt specifically, but 786 retracement would bring us down to 150, basically. Yeah, to a $1.50. That'd be a complete vector retracement and mean reversion to the 50. Your golden pocket's a little higher at 158. If we just look at half of the vector, right around golden pocket. But remember we were talking about before, Sol is already breaking that local high, right? So it's not necessary for it to retrace if it goes. The question is, does it really have enough oomph to make it without Bitcoin right now? I really don't think so. I think eventually this will have to roll over. The longer it takes, the better though, right? Because every day that it passes that it doesn't Every day that it passes that it doesn't retrace, this 50 EMA gets higher. Right, you can get that 50 EMA to come all the way up to golden pocket or close to the 200 and then get that sort of retracement. That would be nice. Nah, Galactic. It's a nice game to snipe in. It's a big map. A lot of verticality, big cranes. And honestly, it's so early in the game that most people are running around. They don't know what the hell they're doing, bro. It's like, this shit feels like bots. I'm not really focused on killing or nothing, but I just jump in there to get hexes. Been doing lately is putting on some, throwing on a podcast or something that I'm researching. And then just jumping in to collect hexes. It's a free download on Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation.
I think it's on Epic Games as well.
Maybe it is Epic. It's either Epic or Steam. I can't remember which one of those it is.
Pretty sure it's Epic. Talking about Off the Grid, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's Epic. It's kind of impressive they got on Epic, I think.
I was impressed that they got on consoles. Screw everything else.
Exactly, bro.
The fact that they
That's
got on
crazy.
consoles is like, you know, that's where in my opinion, that's where the real adoption is going to come in. Consoles, and another thing that was impressive is how many daily viewers they're getting on like Twitch. Tons of streamers, thousands and thousands of people spending hours a day just watching other people play a game. That's, in my opinion, when you know you got something.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see if they integrate crypto within this new GTA 6 coming out. And they pushed it back a year. I'm thinking they might release it out on PC along with the consoles, possibly.
I would comment on it, but I can't.
What Dbloc?
I said I would comment on it, but I can't. I'm under NDA with Rockstar right now concerning anything GTA 6. But the very second that I can, I will. I can tell you that it's not crypto related, though. Not that they're not integrating crypto, but my NDA isn't crypto related.
Gotcha. Like, that's something for a game like that to be pushed back a year. Like something.
Yep.
Doesn't make sense.
This is a game that they plan to run for
I know,
at least a decade.
Another 10 years plus.
Yep.
Again. Yep. I know. So that's why it's just, you know. Just thought that was kind of, it's like, damn, a whole year? What's going on?
Immigrant, I can't answer that question without giving it away. And they haven't cut a check yet, so I would prefer not to F my paper up.
I don't want you to mess your P's up, Dbloc. So I'll drop it.
Nah, somebody was asking in chat. They were like, "What's your connection?"
Was like NDA? Can't talk about it. Oh, good, baby. Is it serious?
Hmm?
Is it like a serious thing? Like
Yeah, it's a
something
good
that's
look.
like
It'll be a good look for me.
okay. Ain't a bad company to get in with. They do it big, man. When they do their titles, they do them right. That's why I value. That's why I value them more because it's just like they'll take time with the game and just like they're gonna
It's
develop
like
it
we were
right.
talking about. Like everybody's like, everybody's on crypto gaming's nuts right now. But it's like, guys, this shit takes time. You know what I mean? First they come out, they tease you, they tell you what they're gonna do, you get behind it. But these games take 4, 5, 6 years to bring to market sometimes.
Proper ones.
Yeah,
proper ones
anything
that
that's
make
gonna like
proper.
compete with the AAA titles, you know, like you can't just throw this shit together. Nah, Star, I'm not out of all positions. I've taken profits, but I'm still waiting for higher.
What's virtual doing? Let me go check it out. Check it on out. Add that to the list there. Down a little percenter.
I'll
Hey, Dbloc, if I was to look this game up, sorry if I
No,
didn't think
go
I
ahead.
um, is it called a gun?
It's
Or
called
excuse me.
Off the Grid.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yep.
I just trying to get my buddy to make sure he can find it.
Yeah, it's called Off the Grid. All right, I'll be right back.
Well, it's been expensive staying long for a whole year on this Intentex Web3 leverage trading DEX. It's small amount, but I longed Power Coin, POWR, last summer in August 2024. And well, price is higher, but when I look at the PNL, it's negative. So yeah, there's no TP to take really. But I wonder if these dexes are more expensive than centralized exchanges for borrowing money to leverage trade.
Yeah, a lot of times they are. I remember last year I was using Solana has, I don't, Jupiter on Solana. They have like
Yep.
leverage. You can do like the only three things you can do is Bitcoin, Solana, and Ethereum. The fees there are insane. I was in like a long, like for almost 6 months. I was paying so much in fees.
Well, it's been 1 year in my case, and the price is 10% higher than where I bought, yet the PNL is negative by 35% actually. It's pretty bad. It's just 2x long, but still it was costly to stay long, yeah. Alright, I guess I won't do this again. I guess I need another 30% pump to break even then, yeah. It's again a DEX I used with the cloud wallet that I need to get rid of though, so can we pump before the end of the month, please? Gonna run out of time. Nice ABC on power, by the way. Stay long from 14 cents. Would have been a good good trade. Well, stay long from 5th of August 2024 low point is a good trade on almost every chart now. Well, especially on coins that went below 5th of August of last year. It's giving you potentially better risk to reward, because if it reverses, well, we've dumped more, so. And then there's all the liquidity providing stuff. Oh, well, I give up for today. Trade safe, everybody. Good luck.
Come on, just do it already. What's going on,
You
family?
know what I'm saying?
I'm here. I'm back in the office. I'm just doing a little research before midnight. Not a whole hell of a lot to talk about today. Everything's still moving. Finally got the break of that bearish channel. Hasn't retested yet though, but okay.
What is going on, fam?
Chilling.
Yo, I got a good question. I got a weird error. Well, I don't want to say weird. I got a message when I tried to put a limit buy in BTC, and when I went to go, it popped up with a message saying, "This is set for best price." What does that mean?
I'd have to look at how they do it, but if you try to put a limit underneath, or if you try to put a limit above where you are, it'll tell you that it's set for best price. You might have set it in the wrong place.
Let me try again. Oh yeah, I forgot the zero in front. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
so
right.
it's just warning you, saying, this is gonna go through immediately if you
Yeah,
click it,
I
because
thought so.
we're at a way better price right now than what you're asking me for.
Yeah, I thought that's what it meant. And I didn't go through with it, but yeah, I see my mistake now. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Fat fingered it a couple times myself.
Yeah, I remember doing that a couple of times, but back when I started, but I couldn't really pinpoint exactly what was going on. But now I see it.
Had entirely way too much to eat today. I'm on my fat boy shit. Right. Yeah, BTC is kind of teasing us a little bit here. I think the reason a lot of people fail is because they don't have the patience to wait for times like this. Just be like, screw it, it's going down, I'm short. And then it pops on them because they didn't wait for confirmation, and now they're looking sick.
I just keep getting chopped up on my spot bags. Every time I think it's about to go down, I sell and then just pop right back.
That's what I'm saying. Like waiting for that confirmation of the momentum shifting. Probably a better idea than just going off a gut feel off a red candle or something. I mean, technically, we got that 5-minute momentum shift on Bitcoin a while ago, so you would already be short here. But you would have been short from 1043, and you'd actually be paying attention really closely here on this mean reversion to see if it's time to get out or not. Yeah, Neef.
Yo, you think OM is done and dusted?
Man, I don't know, but the risk reward is like, I guess if you put a tight stop, but I don't have a lot of faith in it. If it was gonna pop back up, in my opinion, they would have done it already. You know, for it to pop back up, it had to be enough people that realize, okay, this isn't gonna kill the project. It's not a big deal. This is emotional. We'll buy the dip. But we had OM go down, and then we had everything else fly. Had every other signal that you could possibly see to say it's time to start buying the alts that you want, right? And for the most part, nobody's really stepped in. So it just makes you think, if nobody wants to buy this, how do we go up?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
But you know how degens are, bro. If that shit does happen to pump for whatever reason, all of a sudden people will love it again. So they'll be all over Twitter like, hope you bought the dip.
Alright, something funny's going on with Binance USDT pair on Bitcoin. Alright, there we go, finally. It got like 4 straight minutes in a row with nothing, no action whatsoever.
Just
4 straight.
flatline.
Yeah.
On what?
On Bitcoin.
Yeah.
On the minute chart.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4, 5 minutes straight flatline. Not even an inch of movement.
Neve, it's when the 13 crosses the 50. I'll go over it in a second. It's been a while since I went over this strat. Give me a second. I'm rolling up some dessert. You heard they try to kill Tory Lanez in prison? It's crazy. That's in a video of it earlier. Tory Lanez, a little R&B dude, went to jail for shooting Meg Thee Stallion in the foot.
What do you got, like stabbed or something?
There's like 7 people in here that know what I'm talking about. So apparently, apparently he's been being like the little tough guy in jail. He's got all the money in the world and shit, right? So he, it started off with him during Christmas. He put money on everybody's books, right? Filled everybody's commissary up in the jail, like. But then, like, the word is that he started adapting a little bit, and he started putting money on people's heads and talking crazy in the jail, and the Mexicans got to him. Stabbed him 14 times, 7 times in the back, 4 times in the chest, 2 times in the back of the head.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah. He survived too.
Oh shit.
He didn't want to go. He wanted to go to Gen Pop. He wouldn't go to PC. Some of these little dudes, man, they're so worried about the little gangster image and they don't want to sit in PC. Well, welcome to Gen Pop, buddy. And it's nasty work too. They caught him in the morning from on the way from the cell to breakfast. You got to be really angry to stab somebody 14 times before you had breakfast. He should have kept his nose clean and just sat there and been a, you know, he should have just been day room. Somebody said something to me a long time ago that I remember when I was young. I said, because we used to have dudes that used to come into our neighborhood. We're from like decent neighborhoods, right? But they had money and they sort of wanted to like live that life. You know, they come see how the other side lives. And my homeboy used to tell him all the time. He's like, you know, it's a lot easier to convince somebody that you're a gangster than to convince them that you're not. So be very careful, because once you convince somebody that you're a problem, you know, the stuff that comes with that. Yeah, Soul, I got you. Hold on. There you go, Soul. That's the liquidity heat map, and then that's the liquidity heat map, and then this is the liquidation heat map. Yeah, Tweak. It's pretty easy. So these are standing orders in the books. Both that need to be filled and sold, right, as price comes into them. You can take your little slider over here and slide it over to where it's not giving you too much data. You're just looking for your bigger walls. Right? And you come and you look and you zoom in. See, there's 207 Bitcoin to be bought right underneath price. And if you come up here, you can see that we have our two sell walls. 105 flat, 105 2. And then you can just watch price absorb the orders in real time, right, as it comes through. See, like this order here got spoofed. There was 309 order for a 309 Bitcoin buy order. And as we tick to the next candle, turn to 207, 211. Looks like they're filling it back up now. I've taken some off the table, Matty. I took some profits off the table. Yeah, Tweak, exactly. So depending on how much volume there is, you know, if there's not enough buys to absorb a 400 Bitcoin sell wall, then you're going to get a rejection there. Somebody's got an open mic. That's funny, so.
You know, the Pepe that Matt Fury dumped when he received it from the poor community.
Mm-hmm.
When he dumped it, he got about, and with the slippage, he got probably about 600K worth.
They're worth now.
And it was like $1 million when he first got it. And he panicked so because the price was dropping a little bit, and he was only able to like get. And if he would have held on to that bad boy a little bit longer, he could have got about 23 million out of his 1 million. Yeah.
Oh. got shafted twice. Imagine you come up with characters that are all super, super bootlegged and everybody uses them and super popular and you make no money off of it. And then in the future, someone comes up with a meme coin and then they give you a bunch of it. And this is your second opportunity to make money off of your intellectual property. And you screw it up again. Oh my God. I don't even want to think about those feels, bro.
I mean, 600K still alright, but yeah.
Man, yeah, if you're not good at math, if you don't if you don't look at the other, you just gotta like not look back. He'll be alright, bro. He made one, you make another one, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Get to drawing, Matt.
He tried, but it just didn't work out.
That's the thing, bro. When things go viral, like you can't recreate that shit.
Yeah.
It's a time and a place and the perfect, you know, who knows, bro? Lightning in a bottle.
Exactly.
That's why it's important that when you actually do hit, that you capitalize, because not promised another one.
Oh, it's crazy. I did my research and I found out that his was actually biting. There's a Pepe frog that's kind of more crooked drawing. It's not, the lines aren't as smooth. And there's Apu, APU.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also some lady, she had a green frog named Apu also. And it was actually, called Pepe the frog. It was like a Brazilian show or something. But the Apu one seems like that's the one, that's the OG one. And then Matt Fury came up with his rendition of what he saw on the 4chan.
I'm gonna tell you where I first saw Pepe the Frog. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. This was during the it's kind of during the rave days too, so things are a little cloudy.
Hopping on that Molly.
Damn, isn't that what it was called? What the hell was this shit called?
The first time I saw Pepe was during the Hong Kong riots. Well, not riots, protest. About 5 years ago.
I guess it wasn't Pepe the Frog. I always looked back and I don't know why. I guess I replaced this memory. I mean, it's a frog, but it wasn't Pepe.
Was it the Peace Frog?
Nah, it was the Hypnotoad. Anybody remember Hypnotoad?
Would they have a bucket hat or something?
Nah, look, this guy. 14 years ago.
Oh, yeah. I definitely remember.
Marvel Studios Thunderbolts is the #1 movie in the world.
I hate with a passion commercials. I gotta get
Oh, yeah! For 2 weeks in a row.
Pretty enticing.
It was so dumb. People used to just send each other this shit. I don't know why I thought of that.
I mean, it's a frog.
Yeah. It definitely wasn't the same thing, though. I told you my memory is cloudy from those days, man.
Yeah. The Raven days. Yeah, I used to go to this place called the Brooklyn Zoo. I used to throw raves there. This huge warehouse in Bed-Stuy.
What was the ADA fake out that you guys were talking about?
It was just
Oh,
this M pattern that broke the wrong way on ADA. It wasn't just on ADA. It's just since ADA's at the top of the list, it's the one that I remember the most. Oh, wait. Right here.
I'll be right back.
That M pattern, it kind of faked and then popped. We also saw it on the chart I was just looking at a second ago. Soul. Yeah. M pattern fakes out and pops. Saw it on a couple different ones. What usually happens is they draw a bearish pattern and it gives you a measured move that seems unlikely, right? It's usually a big measured move that doesn't seem like it's possible. That scares everybody and then things pop. Jasmine's a good example of that. Look at this bullshit that they pulled on Jasmine from the beginning. Damn it, get off of that. Hold on, let me look at my other Jasmine chart. Easier. Well, I guess I don't have it drawn, but it was right here. So it's showing this head and shoulders with a spooky measured move. Like all the way down the cycle lows. And then they just popped it. That's what we were saying. Sometimes you have to like sprinkle in a little bit of common sense with the TA. Like there was a head and shoulders on ETH that said it would come back to 800. But it's like, you know. Wait a minute. What? Actually, this isn't the right chart, but I want to look at it for a second. This is my Bitcoin spider lines chart here. Can't remember if these are my old spider lines or the new ones. Look like the new ones. I haven't looked at this chart for a minute. It's crazy where we're at.
Yo, Dbloc, do you think that could this be considered a cup and handle that maybe we're building out right here?
Mm, let me check the weekly before I say no. If we were to come right off of the impulse into the cup, I would say yeah, but this is a very long consolidation here. And cup and handles don't come off of consolidations, they come off of uptrends.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, so you would have wanted to see it come up. It would have done that. Then yeah, we'd be looking now like, okay, if we come down to this range, that could be our,
Yeah. Yeah, appreciate that.
Mhm.
T-Bug, I got a question. So like, I I was accumulating like some of the major alts like Solana, Sui, uh, some other major ones like from their lows,
Mhm.
and also got like a stash of Bitcoin from the lows. But now my alts are all like way larger than Bitcoin.
Mhm.
When do you think I should just ride the alts from here on out, or do you think I should rotate it? Like I don't know when to rotate into Bitcoin now. That last time I never did. I
Well,
rode the alts.
that's why we
So I'm just kind of
that's why we
wary, and I wish
watched.
I had Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's why we watch
So I'm
dominance.
trying not to make a mistake.
That's why we watch dominance to see what Dom is doing, right? Dom is going down. Then all in all, the alts are performing. But what you could do is just go to your alt pair. So whatever alt you're in Sol, go check your Sol BTC pair. Does Sol BTC look bullish or does it look bearish? Right? If Sol BTC looks bullish and Sol USD looks bullish, then you're better off in Sol. When Sol BTC starts to top out, right, and BTC starts to gain on Sol, then you'd rather be in BTC than Sol. Same with ETH. Like just looking at,
I got you. Yep, that makes. I usually never check the.
yeah, definitely check the pairs. Like just looking at ETH BTC, like this is not the time to sell your Ethereum for Bitcoin. You know, we're starting to pump out. But if you check Sol BTC probably looks good too. Yeah.
Oh wow, that looks like a inverse headed shoulder.
Mm-hmm. If I go over 1 over Sol BTC.
That looks like a head and shoulders.
So this is your 1 over Sol BTC, right? So this basically means, let's go to the weekly. This was bottom of the bear market, right? You had 15K, you could have bought 15K worth of ETH. I mean, you could have bought 15K, you could have bought 1 Bitcoin, or you could have bought 230. Oh, wait, no, where was. Yeah, my bad. I'm all the way at the last. There. So you could have bought 338. Why won't this shit turn off on me? All right, and now let me go back to BTC. That's why I was upside down. I was on 1 over. So this is Sol in Satoshis, basically. Or maybe I can do BTC easier. BTC / Sol. I'm trying to figure out what's the simplest way to explain this. Shit, of course, now my phone's ringing. Jesus Christ. Hold on, the universe is trying to sabotage me right now. I'll be right back in a second.
Anyone jumping into any trades at the moment?
10 trades?
Jumping into anything?
Oh, into anything. I thought you said, or anybody jumping into 10 trades. No, just 5. Where are you at?
I don't know, man. I'm just looking around. I'm just window shopping, as they call it.
The market is
Jumping into any trade.
oh, shit.
No
We
one's
going
playing trenches.
sideways.
I'm hoping Bitcoin's just gonna go down and everything else is gonna go up. Be honest with you. Or everything just go up. One or the other. I've been keeping a close eye on dominance. I think it's gonna go down here, but you know how that goes.
Yeah, I saw someone on Twitter say, "Why is everyone acting like ETH is at 10K? It was at 2,700 in 2021. Congrats, you're up $11 in 4 years." I was thinking that person sounds like someone that didn't buy the lows.
I was just gonna say that.
Or either bought the highs and sold the lows.
Yeah, or that. Or bought the highs, been just chilling at the highs.
My bad. PTSD. Yes, PTSD.
Someone round trip their bag for sure.
Are y'all on Ethereum by chance?
Yeah, I'm in ETH.
Yeah, me too.
Or ETH, yeah. Sorry.
I've consolidated my bags to Solana, ETH, Sui, Pepe, WIF, and Bitcoin, and then a little bit of like random alts like AVAX, Doge. Definitely heavy on those.
Are y'all scalping it all right now?
I'm trying to, but I keep getting wrecked. Man.
On
Just
ETH?
keep getting wrecked. I mean, yeah, just on those pairs. Like every time I think that it's going down, it just keeps popping back up. So then I just end up chasing.
Dude, are you watching dominance like on a 5 minute or 1 minute?
No, I always forget to watch dominance unless I'm on.
Yeah, bro. Every time you get wrecked, look at what dominance is doing. Every single time it does that thing, dominance moves in the direction that we don't want it to. So like if you so what I've been doing is, which I don't do this often, so obviously not financial advice, but been basically charting dominance, and based off what I think dominance is going to do has been determining where I've been putting scalping Ethereum, more or less.
Bro, we've been getting wrecked.
I'm back,
because
yo.
Bitcoin for the last 45 minutes have been in a $100 zone, up and down.
Yeah.
$100.
Yep.
That's why he keep getting wrecked, because it's going sideways, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Wait for confirmation, man. I know it sounds It's like, here he goes again. Wait for but yeah, bro, just wait for confirmation.
Right.
Y'all are driving yourselves crazy chasing this thing.
Dude, I've actually been doing pretty good Dbloc, and I just want to say thank you so freaking much, because there's never been a day in my life that I've been doing what I've done today and freaking not gotten wrecked. Holy crap, bro.
Nice, you got through it. That's what's up.
Oh, dude, yeah, dude, I got through it. It was a good day. Yeah, freaking A, man.
What was I talking about? I was answering somebody's question. I was saying something before I left, and I can't remember what it was.
You was going through charts.
Oh, BTC pair. That's what it was. Let's just simplify it. Let's go ETH BTC. So here's our ETH BTC chart that we know and love at this point. Fell off, end of a cliff, came all the way home to the bottom of ETH BTC last time. Similar reaction up out of it. Actually, draw a trend line here. I want to pay attention to where we rejected that last time. So let's take all of this off and then just look at. Okay, so we're gonna go 1 divided by ETH BTC. All right, so if you had 15K at the bottom of the bear market, right? And let's say you're an Ethereum maxi and you just wanted to go all in the ETH because you believe ETH is the future, whatever. Let's overlay ETH USD price here. And lock that in and let's go log. All right. So we're at the bottom of the bear market. ETH just crashed. You're saying that where is it? This was the bottom here. $1,000, $900, wherever it ended up. So you decide you're gonna buy 15K worth, right? Buys you 15, 16, 17 Ethereum, whatever. Then you're just gonna hodl it. You buy 17 Ethereum. You saved up your money. You wanted to get as much as Ethereum as you could during this run. You waited to the very bottom. You caught the very wick, and you bought it. And right now we would be at, you know, where we are in price or whatever, which is what, 2.6. You'd have a decent amount of money, but you'd still only have 17 Ethereum, right? If you would have bought Bitcoin, bought 1 Bitcoin with that 15K worth down here, where you bought your 17 Ethereum, and sold it anywhere in this range, you would have had 45 Ethereum, 47 Ethereum, 54 Ethereum. It doesn't matter what the price of ETH is doing at that point. Right? That's what I mean by denominating in Bitcoin and using your Bitcoin to buy alts when the time is right. Right? When the BTC pair starts to tell you, okay. And you could do that with any chart. Obviously, right? Like, let's get rid of this. And I mean, just look at, look at any other. Let's look at AVAX. You could have bought 400 AVAX at the bottom, or you could have bought 1 Bitcoin and had 4,000 AVAX right now. Give or take a couple hundred. Don't worry, y'all not gonna forget about it at the bottom of the next bear one, because I'm not gonna be shutting up about it. So you're definitely gonna have to hear me like, don't forget. Da, 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 da. Yeah, there's a couple of things at the bottom of the bear that we gotta be careful not to mess up. Gotta buy your gas tokens. And I don't even mean like a big amount. I mean, depending on how much the gas is on each blockchain. First of all, everybody's going to have their Web3 wallets for each blockchain. Then we're going to make sure that there's gas money on there. Because what happens when Bitcoin is running, even though we know it's going to outperform alts in the beginning, whatever, those coins come out of nowhere, the new coins that pop. And if you don't have gas in a DeFi wallet loaded up, chances are you're just not going to buy it. Maybe like, oh, damn, I got to move. I got to send some money from here to... Like, how many times, honestly, has that happened to y'all during this run? Where a coin pops up, it's not on centralized exchange. And for whatever reason, whether you don't have a hot wallet or you don't have gas on that hot wallet, you just didn't buy the coin. And then it went crazy. And then finally, when they put it on centralized exchange, you're like, okay, now's my time. You buy it, and then it dumps for the next 3 months. Sound familiar?
Yeah, that happened with BNB when CZ was promoting all the meme coins. I was scrambling to get BNB.
Yeah, man. All of these things are great if you're ready to, like, if you're positioned to take advantage of it. So something as easy as just having $200 on every blockchain in gas will take one step, that hesitation away from making that move. So that buying your launch pads early is important too, because they're almost free at that point. And most of the money comes from new cycle coins, so you want to get into good launch pads early. And then Bitcoin, obviously. Not financial advice, it's just the little cheat code for this game of ours. Nah, it shouldn't be hard, bro. It's really not that difficult. What I will have to do it in an organized way, because I'm not gonna teach somebody how to download a hot wallet and how to self-custody every day. So it's gonna have to definitely be organized, or I'm gonna have to record a video or something. I'll probably just have one session where I'll announce it, and then I'll record that session, and then anybody else after that, will just point them in that direction.
Hey D, check this out. I got tokens that people sent me on the wrong chain. For example, I got Polygon, I got Matic tokens, and I got DNB in my MetaMask and my Ethereum side of the wallet.
Why are they showing there? They shouldn't even be showing there.
Because Polygon is still a ERC ERC20.
Yeah.
They, instead of them sending it on the Matic chain, they sent it on the ERC20 chain. So it's in my ERC20 wallet, just like the BNB.
Yeah, I get it. You can just bridge it.
Right. So I just got to add some gas and then send it.
Mm-hmm. What sucks is when it's like more gas than it's worth. You know, you'd be just like,
Right.
or if you use I like using aggregators, right? So like on KyberSwap, it'll fill the steps for you. It's not the cheapest. As far as you can probably find routes that are faster or cheaper for buys and sells, not for what you're doing. For what you're doing, the bridge, it's got a pretty cheap bridge. But basically, you tell it like, I want to buy this with this, and then it decides what needs to be bridged, where it needs to be moved. Does it have to go to USDT first? Does it have to, you know what I mean? And it does all of that shit for you.
You can do it. I think you can do it right in the MetaMask wallet now.
Yeah, MetaMask bridging is a little more expensive, but you just got to check the prices and see what they're offering. I like to use my MetaMask as often as I can because I feel, mark my words, man, I have a sneaky suspicion that MetaMask is going to have an airdrop one day, and they're going to drop their own token, and they're going to use transaction history on MetaMask to decide who gets what.
But that would definitely bring some people back to ETH.
Did they not just launch a token like MetaBeta or something like that?
MetaMask? I don't think so. Unless they did it without me knowing.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? They were under scrutiny by Gensler, but now that Gensler's gone, because OpenSea, as soon as Gensler stepped down, OpenSea already announced that they're launching their token. So I wouldn't be surprised if MetaMask is next. And they're suffering. I know a lot of people are using like Phantom than MetaMask than they used to. Because I mean, like, they were raking in fees when ETH was popping and users were on there. I don't think they're raking in those fees.
There was there was a rumor for a while that Foxy meme was really MetaMask's meme, and they just hadn't claimed it yet. But it all sounded like bullshit to me. But I do think that they're gonna have their own token eventually, just like I think Coinbase is gonna have its own token, and they've come flat out and said that they're not, but I don't believe it. I don't think Coinbase makes it through the next 2 cycles without dropping a coin, an exchange token. I think they're trying not to take money away from the stock, though.
I'm shorting it.
Like,
Yeah.
since they're already like on the stock market.
Yeah, it's a new stock. Yeah, it's a new stock, so it's like you don't want to split. But no, what they would have is some sort of exchange token where if you hold it, there'd be some sort of reduced fees. They could easily give retail reduced fees that are the same thing as the Coinbase Pro. And then they think they're getting something where they're really just getting what everybody else is getting, but they're holding a bunch of this coin for it.
They got they made the Coinbase BTC, right? Like the CBTC. I don't know if they get anything for that.
I hate whenever like the numbers go high and low, like so, like it's such a wide spread that like the chart becomes like tiny, so you don't realize like small increments of dollars. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
No, I know what you mean. Got this little vector here to worry about if it pops above this 50, but I can't imagine it doesn't just roll over.
Kind of stuck right now. Broke the trend line on the 5-minute. Now we under.
This is that vector I'm talking about here, though. Could just be coming to pop to grab that. We're already leaving a green vector behind. I don't trust it just yet. This bottom sucks. Like, this is retail. Market maker didn't even show his face down here.
I was working hard down there, coach. I was working hard. Dog.
That 80 EMA, I mean that 800 EMA. The psychological low. What's going on, Shiva?
When you pulled up that soul chart, I was like, oh, nice. So I went and picked up some radium, and I caught it right at the bottom at 334, and it's at 246 now.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Something telling me to take the short.
If dominance is gonna put a fight, it's gonna be in this resistance range here. Between 61.6 and 61.2. I'm just really trying to catch it so that I can get a head start on taking bigger profits on some alts.
You think it'll go down that far before it turns around a decent amount?
I think so. I mean, it's attempted to have like recovery, like a little relief rally. And I mean, this could be it if it pops to 50, but I don't expect it to go too high up. We're super low time frame here, 15 second. At the most, like 63, reject off of 63 and then come back down. I don't know. We'll see.
I got 61.7. You said 61.2 to 61.6, I believe. I got 61.7. I mean, we're in the same ballpark.
Yeah, it's just all of this shit right here.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, that's seeing your lines is telling me why I'm always early.
Yo, Dbloc, have you noticed the SUI price action? It's just been pinned at like 3.99 for like 2 days straight.
Yeah, man. So I was saying, when
Like, it's not.
SUI goes sideways, you almost have to consider it a dip.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's about to pop. I mean, it's been sideways for so many days.
That radium just took off, made a higher high. Sorry, it's going.
Oh, Crypto Face was all hyped up and amped today. You know, he had that $2 million profit on ETH. Jumped in SUI at 410. It dropped right down to 399. He lost like 30,000 on that one in like less than a minute.
That's probably a win.
Over trading, yo.
He was just geeked up.
You know, Dbloc, it's actually crazy to see Bitcoin price action versus dominant since we've turned around. I mean, if like people out there hadn't paid attention to that, I mean, that's why, you know, it's on the side of your chart.
Yeah.
You know, it's incredible. It really is, man. Like I knew it the whole time, but I never put it into practice. And then watching this puts it in front of me, and then it's a game changer. All the stuff is, man.
Anything that could put you just slightly ahead of the herd Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just like so humbled today. It was like I just put all the things into practice that I worked for, and then took like all the things that I knew, but I needed like somebody to tell me like, okay, look, it might play between this range, but it's going to be invalidated. And then like putting all that stuff into practice today with the volatility and stuff. It's now, don't get me wrong. I said I'm humbled. I'm not saying I got a big head. Okay. I have been humbled a lot quicker. It's just freaking it's the confidence factor of all the things I knew being validated, like by someone who knows their stuff. Dang, man. I just sheesh. Thanks.
Wait till we start guerrilla scalping the bear market. Talk about adrenaline. mean, it doesn't look great, but it doesn't look that far off from what everything else looks like right now, I'll be honest with you. Broke its daily uptrend. Just barely breaking its W pattern. Hasn't retested either its 50 or its uptrend. But I mean, I guess it's better than getting into something that's all the way up here already. Nah, SEC had their little crypto roundtable, but it was a bit of a nothing burger. They're still trying to figure shit out over there, so I don't really expect any big news out of that. Biggest news is that Bitcoin's still at 103K. Alright, let's see if we can do anything past just clear this vector here. Vector is pretty much a given, but without any other motivation, it's going to take digging into these liquidations or a bit of FOMO to keep her going.
Yo, Payback some Link are trying to wake up.
Dbloc, you think we could come down to that 61 level where we bounce right here? Dom goes down, price goes up, everything goes up, and then once it bounces, everything goes down, and then we push up from here on Bitcoin and clear that vector and start to trend up. You think that's a possibility, like a good possibility?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's gonna stop Dom going down right now. ETH is too bullish, the alts are too bullish.
I'm
Everything's
just saying
outperforming Bitcoin at this point.
if if all the alts pushed right now and pushed dominance down to that level where it turns around, do you think that could happen? Like
I don't know if right now. I mean, that's a pretty decent drop.
Okay. I'm kind of asking because I've been watching it, but then also you're on the 1 minute. I just want to make sure.
You want to see ETH and XRP go crazy at the same time. And
Okay.
Sol.
10-4.
Right, you need like the top. You need the big dogs to push for that to happen. All right, we cleared half of that vector so far.
Okay. Dang, that helps. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a little trip back in to the past with Dom. We can look at the start of our last alt season. And this is on the weekly. Okay, so if we go to the daily, let's take a look at ours real quick so we can compare where we are. All right, 1, 2, 3 big red days, a little bit of consolidation, 3 days of continuation. It's a lot more aggressive, right? 2 red days, dead cat bounce, some more sort of consolidation before it actually started to rip down. Right, so we have more of an aggressive, which excuse me, it makes sense because ETH just started pumping all at once. You know what I mean? So that really ripped the bottom out of this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But this dead cat bounce is what I'm saying that we need to worry about because eventually this will come. Right? These 2, 3 big days of dominance going up, you get a little bit of a relief will come. And if we go to, let's overlay others on this chart. Yeah, others didn't care. There was a bit of a hiccup, but for the most part, others didn't care about all that.
Oh, shit. No, of course. That's exactly what should happen. Dominance goes down, alts go up.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they didn't react to the dead cat bounce. And we're looking for a dead cat bounce on alts now. I mean, on dominance now. To look for exits on some of the alts just to, you know, TP a little. But you didn't see a significant reaction at all here.
Oh, shit.
So it's just interesting. Let me see on smaller time frames though.
No, that's awesome.
Damn, it won't let me go by that. It won't let me go back that far in the 4 hour really. It won't even show me the candles for that. Alright, whatever.
But if you see others on the monthly with the RSI, it's very strange. It's like a monthly divergence.
Yeah. So we saw alts go up with Bitcoin. I mean with Dom for the most part. But it wasn't until we got that break that they really shot out.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. But here you can kind of see what I mean. When it got its dead cat bounce, others dropped. But nothing crazy. Same here. Dominance gets a relief rally. Others crashes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at mainly right now in terms of where Ethereum turns around, just in general. I mean, I understand that dominance can go down, Bitcoin can go up, and so can the alts. It should, and I'll be cognizant of that. It's just,
Well, let's
yeah.
Let's look at the last one. Get rid of some of this shit. Just like clear some space. Alright. So last time we were in this scenario, again, 2016 matches where we are really good. When you look at so ETH BTC, where excuse me, where ETH BTC found its bottom and took off, basically what we're at right now. Right? ETH also went with it. The problem is, as ETH BTC started to consolidate, ETH USD started bleeding out.
Right.
And then ETH BTC took one more little dip, and then they were gone. I don't like to look at this too much because, well, we were in quantitative tightening too. We had just ended quantitative tightening at this point. Right? But for the entire time that ETH BTC was on an uptrend during QT, so ETH BTC holding an uptrend during QT, ETH BTC bleeds out. As soon as Bitcoin breaks that uptrend, ETH BTC bottoms. And we see the same thing right here. QT, ETH BTC holding an uptrend. As soon as ETH BTC breaks that uptrend, ETH BTC bottoms.
It just seems so so institutional.
What's also interesting is this. And this isn't me. This that came up with this part. This is Benjamin Cowan. But I love the way his brain works because I nerd out on shit like this too.
Yeah, dude, you've been giving my damn brain
So
gasoline and a match.
from this, so not only does it match as the uptrend in QT, ETH BTC bleeding out. From every one of these hits on the uptrend, it's a 10x to its next hit on the following uptrend. Right? This uptrend hit at 85. We tapped down here at around 850. Right? So it's a 10x. And then you had, well, we could just do it like this. Right? About a 10x from point to point. Then you had the next time that you touched down at 102 up to 120. Another 10x. Second touch on the uptrend, almost 8 years apart from each other. Then the next one is at 118. Roughly another 10x. And then where it broke was at 2. Where it broke ended up being at 2.5 on a retest. And where it broke was 2,500. How crazy that is?
No, it's insane. I mean,
How does that even work? That's like voodoo.
It's almost like somebody with the blueprint could have caught every bottom, only took in 4 trades on the way up.
Bro, tell me they ain't doing that, dog. Bro, you know it. Dude, that's all I look for is who's lying.
Super interesting. It takes a lot of money to do that, though. I think
They got it.
I think it's just math, bro. Honestly, I think it's just the beauty of math sometimes.
Yeah, it's math. It's math.
You know, it just fractaled out, powered out.
It's the beauty of it, brother.
I love it, bro. Math was like my worst subject, but getting in the charts really like made me understand what like nerds say when they talk about math being beautiful. Like sometimes the perfection of it is just beautiful.
It is. I mean, I had basically I got into business with some model trains, whatever, and I had to do a lot of homework. And the tracks for these model trains have to be like 18-inch track has to be curved at a 30-degree angle, and then you realize that it takes like 6 30-degree angles to make 180, and then it takes 12 of them to make 360, and then all of a sudden you apply geometry to something simple and it's like, oh my god, dude, this used to be so hard.
Yep.
How is it easy now?
What's going on, St. Louis? Just trying to clear this chart up a bit. Oh, did we hit on Dom? Hold on. Will you look at that? Did it hit? Oh. Man, if that's it. Yeah, if that's it, that's kind of nuts. I talked to one of my buddies that does harmonics, and I was sort of bitching about this harmonic. I was like, bro, I was finally following a harmonic, and it teased me for like 3 months and then didn't play out. And I showed it to him, and he was like, didn't play out. He's like, bro, that's damn near on the dot. I was like, bro, that is, I'm sorry, we have different definitions of on the dot. It shows you kind of how loose some of these harmonic traders play with their, you know what I mean?
I see it often.
But he
so
was
often.
like, you know, he's like, oh, you wanted to go to 12.9 and it only went to 13.9. I'm like, yeah, but it had to be an 88. Like, that's the 886. Not that I wanted it to go there. And then his eyes just start to glaze over. I'm like, bro, okay, forget it. Did I mention anything? What a beautiful move, though. But if we want to look at exactly where we are right now, we are testing that break. Right? So that same break that I told you, the one that let us know that ETH BTC was going to bleed as long as this thing was holding this uptrend, we're retesting it now. So let's go back in time now. And let's see what happened on our last retest. Well, it retested and it made new lows. We're gonna discount this because it was COVID, right? So like while I'm doing this chart, it's like there's a weird thing I do where I go like this and I just ignore that part, right? Because you can't really, COVID's not going to happen again. And just because it happened doesn't mean we'll have a big, you know, so you've got to be able to cut out the sort of anomalies. Right. But in my head, that's how I look at the chart. So that means we reject off of that uptrend on the first try. We put in new lows, but we end up putting in a bit of a range or a bit of a support, I should say. Right? That white line, or let's make it red. So that red line, we hold it, we lose it, we retest it, we make one more low, and then that's it. So that's always why I was like, that's why I was so kind of stuck on this harmonic, because it's like, if that happens, here, we hit the harmonic, right? That happening here, it would have to follow exactly what happened last time, right? And what happened last time was, like we just saw, what happened last time was we came into that resistance, we put in a new low, we went sideways for a little while, that broke, and we put in one more low before things went absolutely crazy. Can you imagine what that would feel like if that happened right now? If you took the euphoria of what's going on with ETH right now and give it a new low and then give it a lower low after some time-based capitulation, you know how many people at this point would be like, ETH is dead?
Everybody be red.
Everybody, bro. Everybody be right. Only people left holding ETH would be institutions, and all of these guys here would sell them their ETH. They'd spend all this time buying ETH from retail, and then jump. Nah, you want to see disastrous, Star Child. Star Child said that'll be disastrous. Put yourself in these shoes. Same exact scenario. ETH BTC at this time is getting absolutely slaughtered as well. Right? Same thing. ETH BTC going down. Everybody's like, when the hell is ETH going to outperform Bitcoin? Finally, we get the bottom. Finally, we get that move. Then it gets rejected. Then you put in the lower low. But then check this out. Then you get the recovery. And then they slap you in the face with COVID. Bro, listen. You want to talk about being over? Like just being done with everything at that point? That's why when you talk about people that, when you talk to people that have war stories about COVID, my main question is, how did you have any money left? How did you have any money left to buy the dip with what happened before COVID? Because we had already had a decent dip, and we had already recovered from it. Like the euphoria was all-time highs.
I can't answer those questions, Coach.
Yeah,
How I
man.
got that money?
No, I mean, people found. Listen, don't get me wrong. During COVID, you found the money. If there was
Well, that's
money
how I
there,
got
you
model
found it.
trains
But
because
some people like to be like, oh no, I was waiting for the dip, and then COVID happened. And it's like, no, you weren't, bro. If you were still waiting for the dip when COVID happened, then I don't know what kind of crystal ball you have.
they had NDAs they had signed. They can't say nothing. They knew though. I will say, as far as harmonics, I mean, like, how you draw the W, I'll I'll like get a harmonic and I'll just play with it with that W, and that's kind of what I've always done. Except I didn't have the W how you had it with the invalidation and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That was the key. However, I can tell you, and I'm telling you, it's all I've done really. And if a harmonic lines up exactly as you said, I'm just telling you, I've never seen one not play out. I don't care if it's on the 3 minute, the 5 minute, the 1 minute, the 15 second, the 4 hour, or a month. I've never seen one not play out. I'm not saying it can't happen, obviously. I'm just saying I've never seen one not play out. And since I'm always using them, I see the ranges that they play. And one thing is like there's a bullish 5-0 pattern, and sometimes the down won't touch like the center at like the 50% of it or whatever, or like B, or yeah, B, whenever it crosses back through that or whatever. But anyway, I'm just saying, because that's all I've really ever kind of done. Not good at it. Just the only time they line up is whenever it's literally perfect like that. It keeps me ready for like change and to pivot as well. Um, like whenever you mentioned that, I was like, well, what if it passes the 886? And you were like, well, it creates a double top or a double bottom, or either it goes through it. It's like, oh, well, obviously, it's like stuff like that in relationship to these patterns that I never really like took into consideration.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That'll be something if it does go up to that D at 7.7. I mean, this thing has only started pumping, bro.
Right. This is one of those cases like where I draw these out all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't fully commit to that 886 there, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went down either. So I'm ready for either scenario.
I'm kind of ready for it, bro. After just looking at ETH again right now and looking at how it played out last time, I mean, all that would have to happen is that the same thing that happened last time happens again. That's it. There's just way more FOMO, I think, now since it was suppressed so bad. So you know, maybe that's
Right.
not a possible. You know, maybe it's a different trading environment, but I wouldn't be surprised because we just saw it. We just saw ETH put in new lows, right? And it wasn't until quantitative easing, for the most part, or at least quantitative tightening, went flat, that ETH USD finally bottomed. Yeah, there's a lot of institutions right now, and they were suppressing the shit forever. It's on go, in my opinion. Everything's on go now. But I wouldn't be surprised.
So you're saying we might see cheaper prices? I like you. I like.
I mean, on Ethereum specifically, but that doesn't fare well for everything else either, right? ETH, that double bottom on ETH BTC, it's just real hard to compare the two because of COVID. COVID kind of screws everything up there. I don't think so, Scott. And I'm not trading as if I think so. I'm pretty well allocated in ETH already. But I do have a little bag on the side in case she decides to go.
Jeez.
I don't think she's out hot water yet. I'll feel a lot better when we get back above this uptrend. If we can get back above that uptrend and hold, I'll feel tons better. Right. Last time we failed to get over, and I mean, honestly, it took so much time that we didn't get over it until ETH was like $1,000. But this is that move I'm talking about here. Pop up, reject, lower low, take out the longs. It's just hard to tell where we can start to count the COVID action from, you know? The easiest thing to do is say, well, it was going up anyways in COVID right here. Or there could have been a buy the rumor, sell the news involved. It's not like it was one day to another. There's COVID, remember? We knew about COVID during this time. It wasn't until the lockdowns got announced that everything took that big dump. But, you know, in 5 months, you're not going to care if you bought $15,000, I mean, a $1,500 ETH or a $1,200 ETH or a $1,700 ETH. See, we shrunk that vector gap, but we didn't take all of it. We kill ourselves for these little percentages, right, Scott? Because we're sitting in front of the screen. What else are we going to do? But it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. You leverage, guys. I know you feel completely different. For you, it makes all the difference in the world.
Yo, Dbloc, when you did perpetuals and stuff, did you hedge a lot?
Yeah. I would always have one long trade. Long meaning long time frame trade, and then I would protect it for hedges.
Yo, Dbloc, how you going, man?
What's going on, buddy?
Not too much, man. Chilled out. I was switching up my internet for a few days there, kept me busy.
Man, Comcast was doing that for me.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to add some more data, and they decided to update my router and all my plan and break everything, so I had to diagnose it for them. It's all good now. Bitcoin's still going strong, huh?
Yeah, bro. Hasn't even retested 100K yet, which is crazy after all this time.
I'm seeing predictions of 120 before the end of the month, so that's crazy, man.
Not a lot of time left, I'll tell you that. Not a lot of time left for things to be in place.
It's going to get wild after it hits 120. Who knows?
After we get over 110, the alts are going to go absolutely apeshit.
Yeah, I can see that.
What are you gonna do here? You're gonna flag out, grab the rest of this vector, get everybody excited, and then still retrace anyways? Like, is that the game that we're playing here? This is the retest of the break of that bearish channel, by the way. So it gives a little extra layer of importance if it does break or reject here.
Dbloc, I might pop back a bit later, man. You keep well.
Take it easy, bro. Yeah, I'm about to dip out and start doing some research here in a minute. Give Asia a little time to cook, and then we'll map it out again like we did yesterday. We'll find Asia's 50. We'll make a target for UK. I would love to wake up tomorrow morning buying dips at 100K. I'm not even gonna hold you guys. That would be nice. Asian range is pretty chill so far. Nothing crazy. They basically just ran it from daily open to the psychological low. Still got too much time to really draw it out yet, but this is that SR flip from the range that we lost in this level. Right, we created good support here. Finally broke it, lost it, rejected, retested, held, popped, held on the retest now. Getting above that, getting back into the in the bearish channel would be bullish. Rejecting off of it though, and rejecting off the 50, and rejecting off of the break of the bearish channel would kind of be what you expect when you have bearish momentum. Right? We haven't got bullish momentum back yet. Rumcho, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for the kind words. Yeah, so gonna be interesting. What's interesting too is that the 50% of the Asian range is basically gonna be this SR flip. Old Crazy Train with the big Patreon membership. Appreciate you, brother. W patrons. Appreciate you, brother. This downtrend isn't important. We can get rid of that. What matters here? The bears have to step in this zone right here. This little triangle. This is like the bearish Bermuda Triangle. Bears need to push price down here. If they fail to push price down here, we pop 2 bullish metrics and go positive momentum. So this is where they need to step in at. That's where the Bears live. I mean, I think there's more going for it getting to 100 than it not going. I mean, the only thing stopping it from getting to 100 is FOMO. Completely honest with you. And not even FOMO buys, but just people scared to sell their Bitcoin right now. Everything else technically says that we should go down to the 100 and clear that liquidation. And I'm being kind, really, because there's way more underneath. Right? So, I mean, for me, this isn't even a bear case for me. Like, coming down to 100 for me is the base case. Right? Popping up would be the bull case. My bear case would be losing 100. Right? And coming down into the 90s. Low 90s. Like, that's a bearish case. Going down to 100 for me isn't bearish at all. I think it's healthy. If we go into 96, sentiment is cooked. I'll give you that much. Bitcoin is fine. Even if it went down mid-90s. Remember, at any time, Bitcoin can move 10K without it meaning anything. Right? How I always say. So we're at 103K.
Well,
I mean,
we're at the top of
Bitcoin can go down to 93K and it not mean absolutely anything for structure.
We're at the very top of a volume profile range. If we go to 97, which is the point of control, it becomes more likely we head down towards the bottom of the range.
Yeah.
Sorry to just jump in, Dbloc.
No, you're good, brother.
And I still think we can go to 98 or 88 and still be very bullish, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't start to worry until numbers that would have people absolutely panicked and running into
I won't
walls.
worry until we're below into the 60s. Like, really.
69 is my number.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
69.85 to be exact. The price that Bitcoin was at when Trump was elected. Bitcoin price has never gone underneath the date that the president was elected in the 15 years of its existence.
I have a bunch of anchored VWAPs from all of Trump's major events and the halvening and the quarters, beginning of the year, etc. And they're very reliable. Hell, even the day he was shot in the ear is a hell of a VWAP to look at.
Funny.
In the ear.
Through the ear, whatever.
No. Yeah. Whatever.
This is your time, Bears. Where are you at?
They hibernating.
They're letting the Bulls just stomp around in their playground here. Yeah, I don't think so either, Shiv. I don't think so either. Like I said, my base case is down to high 90s and 100K. 100K wick to maybe take out some licks underneath, but well, you guys had your opportunity. Last thing in the way for the bulls is to pass this vector gap. 103.9. If we can start getting into 104, we'll eat some liquidations. I don't have a lot of faith for this pump, by the way. Just sort of bored by the price action, so I'm getting hype off of 2 5-minute green candles. But that was where we needed to get rejected from if this break was going to get confirmed. Yeah, I hear you, Scott. I'll take the price action while they give it to us. Might still reject here, honestly. We're already bodying under. Market maker's gonna step in now to clear the rest of the vector since retail did such a good job of paying for that trip. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, Yuski. Market maker will pop up the vector and then chill for a second and sort of test the waters. Just one little single solitary tear for Mr. Bear. He's not crying, he's just got something in his eyes. Nah, it's just Dusty in his cave, man. He's not crying. You're crying.
You're making them angry. You're getting them riled up. Don't tease them.
We're gonna need a different bear emoji for the top of the bear market though, because the little cute ass bear isn't gonna cut it. When we need to do some emoji manipulation and scare price, that bear's not gonna do it.
I'm gonna smack his ass around a little bit.
Yeah,
knock him out.
Bear's not gonna cut it, bro. We're gonna need to go with something like yeah. Grr.
You making me want to sell my position, coach.
Nah, hold on. I got you.
Oh, come on, man.
Let me put him where he
Bro,
belongs.
Jelly did good today.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
We're gonna put him up at 150, and we're gonna put him up way too close. We'll put him up over here. And... Actually, no. You know what?
Put his ass about 110.
Nah,
shit.
we're gonna put him on. We're gonna put him at ATH. We need to have a little bit of pause.
Hell yeah.
When we get up to all-time high.
Now I'm crying like the bear was.
We'll see you again one day, Mr. Bear.
Oh, I can't wait.
I see a little bit of public shaming sometimes is what you need, yo. You bully the bear a little bit, get him upset. He saw his homeboy come in. Just the sight of the other bear made the candle run away.
Yeah, you're right, coach. You're right. Strategy,
The bull
game
said,
plan.
"Oh
You're right,
shit,
coach.
what was that?" Uh, 150 has been my base case from when we were down at 15. I was always looking for about a 10x. It also brings us right around to the end of our pattern from our bigger bull flag too. But I've told you guys, like, I'm doing this time based. August, September, October, I'm taking profit. I don't care if we're at 150, 250, 115.
Why are you gonna play like that?
Gotta respect time more, man. I've tried to outsmart the cycle before. You know, and I've known that we were at the time where things should be topping and just let TA convince me different and let, you know. So I just told myself that I'm going to put a lot more emphasis on timing for this run.
Very interesting.
These cycles, a lot of these cycles are just time based. Guess we could lose the tier here. Uh-oh. Backed out pole on him. Bear fighting for his life right now, Kelly.
That bear gonna be crying, coach.
Bulls went right through his neighborhood, made him cry. We made fun of him. He went and got a gun. We not talking shit no more. Like, you got it, Bear. It's your world, bro. Just trying to get home. Nah, I was saying that little triangle is the last spot for the Bears to sort of do something here before we start going through some licks and back into this bearish channel. Trying to defend that bearish break, basically.
Oh, so cute.
Got a gun.
A little bear with a water gun.
Chill, yeah.
Pew, pew, pew. Well, I've done a whole bunch of nothing. Just hold on to my alt and do nothing. What's the point to take any profit at this point? We just started, right?
It's looking good. Have you taken a screenshot of your portfolio or anything?
No,
No,
because
you're good
it's
then.
nowhere near.
Yeah, then you're good.
It's not even close. I'm like looking at it like, what's this? This is not enough. I haven't seen nothing but maybe a 1x.
My advice is that from now until the end of this bull market, there's going to be a point where each of you is going to open your portfolio and you're going to look at it and you're going to do the math in your head and you're going to say to yourself, oh shit, I'm only 2x or 3x from my goal, or I'm only 2x from my goal, and you're going to take a screenshot. I suggest that you take profits right after you take that screenshot.
Just know that
Not advice.
I only have
just a friendly suggestion.
I only have Beam.
That's funny.
Beam is all I have. If you see Beam doing something, that's all I got.
Dbloc,
Let me know, please.
You said the same thing last cycle, bro.
Yep. Yep. And I'm not just talking to y'all, I'm talking to me too, because that day is going to come for me And I hear my
Like,
own voice in my head. As soon as I click and I hear that screenshot click, I'm like, oh, damn it. I did it. Okay.
I gotta swear you did. It was probably about around this time in the cycle too. He said it.
I know some type of crazy pump is going to come. Beam's going to be pumped up, and I'm going to be looking at it. And it's not going to be at the end of this.
I mean, you are
It'll be like
taking a bit of a
minute.
risk by being just in one thing, though.
Yeah, it's too late. I already dug in. I'm done with it. I built the damn thing up from 40. I'm not going to get into nothing else, man. I mean, if you got any ideas, let me know.
I don't know, man. Like I said, you got conviction in Beam, which is good, but you don't have conviction in anything else.
Oh, I had virtuals, but I missed it already because things took off and I didn't get to build it up. And I probably should have chose that, but it's too late now.
I mean, don't let the fact that you didn't catch the very bottom of a retracement stop you, though, from getting something if you have conviction in it.
Yeah, well, my plan was just to catch the, some good entries and build up on the ones I wanted, but didn't get a chance to. I was too conservative. I mean, unless it's going to crash down, then I'll buy it. That's the one I want, though. The thing for me is I need to play that damn compound perfectly. I need to catch something when it rips like crazy.
Yeah.
Sell a chunk of the damn thing, then make sure that it crashes down and then buy it back. And I cannot mess up. And so at that point, I'm trying to, figure that out. Like, is it halfway through my goal, a quarter through it? If it's going to do a 5x, do I do it at 2.5x, 3x?
Shots fired. Shots fired.
I bought at 40, 50, 60. The damn thing's at freaking 9 now. It almost busted over 10 today. They didn't let it do it.
I think what people are underestimating too is the power of a coin that maybe has taken off already from the bottom, but is closer to getting into price discovery than other coins. Some of these new coins have absolutely nothing above them when they get into price discovery.
New, which
like
is this
new meaning like
coin?
they weren't around in 2020.
Oh,
like this is their first
ATO.
like this is their first bull market.
Was Beam around in 2020?
No, but I'm thinking out of my portfolio, I'm thinking guns is relatively close to its. But something like that, all you gotta do is pull up the chart and then look on the weekly and see, one, how far is it still down from the bottom? From the top, because we saw some coins that were 2x. We saw some coins that were 1.5x, almost 2x. They're still down 76% from the top, which is insane. So there's two ways to look at it.
Yeah. I could sell some off and buy guns, but
I'm not telling you
You
get
just
guns. I'm
imagine what.
telling you that you need to find conviction in something over the next couple days.
Well, I got conviction in this damn thing. I just don't have something else. And it's a game thing, so I don't really need guns. But maybe that would have been a better runner. Maybe that would have been an easier 10x.
I'm holding both of them.
And
That's not a risk I'm personally that I'd be willing to take. I think Beam is going to do a good job. And guns is still, as much as I love it, it could literally make lower, it could do whatever. It could do something crazy. Game devs could make a decision that absolutely screws the economy. It's a riskier play, in my opinion, than Beam.
yeah, I can't have another big time situation again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the reason of getting into Beam was to get into picks and shovels so that you didn't have to pick an individual game, right? What you want to do is maybe pick something in a different narrative so that if gaming isn't running, your other coin is still running. And then they can go back and forth.
Well, my whole idea is supposedly, I guess, ever since I started doing this years ago, that there was supposed to be this glorified gaming run at the end. There was supposed to be the craziest gains. I'm still yet to see it.
Well, it's not that you didn't see it; you saw it. You just weren't in position for the first run, and it didn't sustain itself. There's been a massive gaming run in the beginning. We've just been waiting for it to come back around.
Yeah, it didn't sustain. That's the thing. But it didn't make it to It didn't make it to where there was supposed to be that blow off top at the end.
Yeah. No, that happens in the last explosive part, the part that we're moving into now.
Exactly. But the things are so damn down, and not where they were supposed to be. I was supposed to be pumped up by this time in it, and then getting ready to take off, and that's where things jacked me over. So that's why I bailed on big time, and I went into this, and hopefully this is going to do it.
Strings, what's going on, brother? No, I hear you though.
I mean, I could have picked IMX. I could have picked Super, but I went this way. But I hope that IMX doesn't do better. Starting to look like it is. This is what it is. We'll see what happens. Maybe virtual is a crash. Give me a chance to get it, and I could get rid of some of this and buy some of that. But what I won't do now is get rid of this now while it's underperformed to that, and then go buy that.
Yeah. I'm chilling, Strings, just hanging out, bro.
I've done a freaking 1x. Like 40 something, 50, what to 90 something now.
That's what's up, Ricky. You playing trios or solos? My advice is play solos, man. Unless you want to be lazy, you can play trios and then go hide somewhere and let your team collect everything and get you some hexes and shit, but
Have you done a fib on Beam to kind of maybe have some levels to look at to where it could come up to.
Yeah, I think so.
Wondering what you're thinking. I know you said something about 40 last time I asked you.
I mean, it hasn't broken out of its
Yes, I know.
W pattern yet, but it is above its
No.
50. It is above its downtrend. So it's, you know, the problem is this: most other alts that we're looking at these W's that broke out, got above their 50, kept going, right? Beam just put in a bigger structure that it hasn't broken out of yet, right? As opposed to like Brett, where it's down here, right? Beam has already put in sort of the right side of its W. See what I mean?
So what? It's bearish.
No, I mean I think it's further along.
Okay.
Target 2 from the W that we were looking at down here is the neckline of the large one. Nothing really stopping it from going there except for the 200 EMAs above. Just hasn't gone yet, in my opinion. And then, yeah, all-time high between 42 and 45.
Okay. Well, let's say it breaks all-time high, then what?
Then you're in price discovery.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
A little bit over 4x from here to all-time high. From the lows, almost a 9x. 8.5x, 8.75x.
What about market cap wise? It's about, isn't it like at 400
Let's take a
million?
look.
So couldn't it maybe do $1 billion? 400 times 2. Yeah, that's about $1 billion. Gonna do $2 billion.
The reason it's hard to answer that is because we don't know what total market cap is going to blow up to. I've got targets if total gets to 6-7 trillion. I've got targets if it gets to 10 trillion. You know, the difference between 6 trillion and 10 trillion is night and day for what your alts are going to do.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice. That 10.
Yeah, 4x from here would be right underneath 2 bill market cap.
I mean, didn't something like what did Axe Infinity do?
Well, I mean, you can't compare it to Axie. You probably have to compare it to something like Gala.
What did that do?
Right, and by
Last
market
time.
cap, Gala got to... Gala was at almost 6 trillion. I mean, 6 billion, 5 billion.
Aha!
So as far as there being room to move, there's room to move. That's not... I wouldn't be holding it if I didn't think it had room to move.
Oh my god! If it does 6
Well,
billion.
what that should have made you feel comfortable with is that at least the 4x that we're looking at is within the, you know what I mean? Within the realm of possibility, because I would only take us up to 2.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that still doesn't get my money back. But
Well, then you might need to find something a little riskier than, I hate to say it. If you're not going to be happy unless you get it all back, then...
I'd be happy with most. It doesn't have to be all. I mean, most would be fine. Let me see, 4. Yeah.
10 trillion would be crazy. I mean, I've always looked at it like, if we run regular, we're looking at 6 trillion, between 6 and 7 trillion. If the United States buys the first Bitcoin, like not just moved, I mean actually buys with US dollars, then we see 10 trillion market cap. And a lot of that goes into Bitcoin.
What are you looking at on guns?
Guns is hard to tell, bro. I'm really just playing guns off of the fundamentals and off of hype from everybody sort of playing the game right now. It passed my sniff test, you know. It has replayability. The ecosystem is great. The economy they got built up is great. The market cap is probably still underneath 50 mil.
What? That's it?
Let me not lie to
Maybe
you.
that's the 15 mil, huh?
What coin is that, Dbloc?
$53 million market cap.
50 mil. Well, damn, if that goes to 2 billion,
I expect it to lead the
200.
gaming run, personally. I don't want to put a market cap that I think it's going to, because I'm going to sound like a moon boy. But
2 billion.
I would not be surprised if it gets up to a competitive market cap with other games. And it's running on a low float, and they don't start to release supply until 2026. Look at this.
Is 2 billion
Check this out.
unreasonable?
This is the release schedule here on guns. It's not until September 26th that you have your first sort of cliff unlock, and it's not even that much. It literally takes it from 70 mil to 116. And then all 2006 during the bear market, they're crushing this thing.
Can it get to 2 billion?
I'm happy with it at 1 billion. I don't need more than that.
Which
1 billion?
Which color is the coin that you get from playing the game? Is that dark purple?
Locked in
incentives?
validators, community. I would guess it's the purple, community incentives, because it stays flat all the way across.
You know, the more the price goes up now, let's just say that it went to $1. Then that would mean that
Oh, I'm
everyone
lying
would.
to you. Oh shit. So check this out.
20.
In September, there isn't a cliff unlock. In September, they unlock coins, but it's into platform rewards.
Beautiful.
And then
That's a 20x.
and then the private B rounds, private A and private B rounds, they don't start to release until May 2026.
Bear.
Listen, I've been telling you guys for 2 years what my plan was for this coin.
Right. I think I'm gonna join.
If the price of gun went to like $1, then they would have to, like, instead of 10,000 coin, it would be, 1,000 coin.
If the price
I
of
don't know, that's
if the price of gun went to $1, then the gun in my inventory would be worth 16K. I don't care what the price of gun is at that point. I'm selling that gun. You hear me?
No, I know, but it's the fact that it's on a marketplace. So like now that you
Yeah.
can trade it for something, you're not thinking about it in terms of $1. I don't know, man. Dude, dude, you're hyping me up on this
I'm
because
not
this is
trying
the
to,
type
by
of
the way, guys.
No. It's the type of thing people get behind. It's like a scratch off. It's like ripping a pack of Pokemon cards. Like that is actually what this like online arbitrage marketplace is. That's just what it's going to become. Like it's going to transform over time, but that's how it's got to start, I feel like.
Yeah. Ernest, I won my first 2 I won my first 2 solos. And I think my KD right now is at like a 12, like a 11 or 12 KD. These dudes on that game are bots, bro. I don't know if they're playing with their feet or what their strategy is, but I'm in there just killing shit.
Bro, you need a bot.
Solos is fun, Ernest. Solos
Right?
headset cranked all the way up so you could hear them sneaking up on you. Solos is even better because of that. Your teammates will get you in the shit that you have no business getting into, bro. You could jump in the game and sneak around all the way until extraction and just collect shit and go hide. Yeah, gaming will run with alts. You know, this isn't going to be the type of bull market, in my opinion. So the alt season that we've been used to till now, like if this is your first run, you're used to one thing running at a time, like AI running, and then gaming running, and then utility, and then memes, right? The way it was during the last bull market, everything ran all at the same time. And then some things outperformed, but for the most part, everything ran at the same time. During this alt season, I don't expect that. What I expect is certain coins in every narrative will run at the same time. So gaming will run with AI, will run with memes, but it's not every single coin just because it happens to be gaming, or every single coin just because it happens to have the word AI in front of it. That's how it was during the last run. Like this is the money's gonna flow into value, but it will flow, in my opinion, once we get going all at once. Meaning, you're not gonna have to wait for gaming to run for Beam to go, or you're not gonna have to wait for AI to run for AIOZ to move.
Well, it looks like Beam from where it bottomed at here was up double a couple of times, retracing. Now it's doing it again right now, and Guns did 40.
Which kind of
Went up to
means
like
that if you
60.
took profit at the right times on beams, if you consolidated in those double ups,
Yeah, and I didn't.
you know,
But now I'm looking at where I'm at now, and Guns did 40 to. Now you're above your W's all the way up there from the bottom, 67, 40 to 67, then all the way back down to 43. Now you're back up to 67 again. So that's I've actually made more on Beam so far than if I would have been in that from the bottom. It's interesting.
now Guns didn't get. I mean, for me, we were looking at that accumulation on Guns, this accumulation range here, and it wasn't until we came down to these points. So we had these two. We said if it was to break, then we'd be looking to get in either at 454, or if it went further, we'd get in at like 42.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You see, you got in there, but look where you're at now. Where I got in on Beam, it's damn near double that now.
Yeah, no, yeah, this thing hasn't even started to move yet. But what I'm saying is, when you're looking at these coins, even like forget about Guns in general, but just the fact for me that we are, 50% from price discovery. Well, 50% down.
That's what I was gonna say.
50% down from
The
price discovery, I should say.
The thing is, the
We
market
just got to
cap is so
double up.
small that this thing could probably do something psycho.
50, bro. This thing 10x's. It's only at $500 million market cap.
Like you said, I need to be in something that's riskier
Well, yeah, something that can move better. Yeah, and it should show in the amount also, right? If it's riskier, then it should be smaller than something that's in a safer play. But it doesn't matter because if it moves more, but there's been times where some of the trades that I get into with only like 5% of the portfolio end up being the top, the top position because of how risky it was, how much it moved. I didn't have to throw the whole shit into it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like Jasmine, I went in heavy on Jasmine, but not heavy compared to everything else, and it still ended up being first place. Or not heavy compared to Bitcoin, I should say. Pretty heavy compared to everything else, actually.
Okay. The thing is, if I'm going to buy some guns, I could put a couple bands into it, but I'm not going to be able to get a damn retracement. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll be
Can't do
watching
nothing
it over
until
the
I do.
next. I'll be watching it over the next couple days because
Looks like it's looking like it's about to go
I
without
would
me.
like to get some more eventually.
But I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to keep my beam. I ain't going to touch it. And then, all right, well, I got in. Typically done better if I would have had that. But I want something that can give me some crazy gains at the end of this damn thing. But I'll just have less of this. Yeah, I think I'll get
Remember,
some.
with high risk comes high reward. What I'm
I
betting,
don't give a damn.
betting on is that the team isn't going to do something to destroy the economy.
That's fine.
And that
I
people
accept
aren't
that.
gonna just stop playing it within the next 5 months. That's my bet on
Yeah.
guns.
Well, you're talking to the psycho that put 100K into big time. You think I'm worried?
It's a good point.
Where are your
So,
targets to get some more guns, Dbloc?
I mean, we're at the top of the W, so I'd have to assume if we break out, we'll retest. If we do break out and come back for the retest, then I'm okay with buying at the same price right now. But what that'll do is that'll give me a cool down RSI. Right now the RSI is hot. If it pops up, the RSI is going to be super, super hot. And as the RSI cools down, comes back down to basically the same price as we are now, or if I'm lucky, lower, then I'll pick it up, but in a better position, right? I'd much rather pick it up when the RSI is cool than have to buy it and then deal with the drawdown.
I'm coming.
Hey,
See you
yo.
there. I'll see you there. If it hopefully doesn't do that before I come, but if it does, whatever. So stick with what I did. Somebody's listening. Go ahead, heat up them RSIs. I'm sure if it doubles, you won't hesitate to sell some.
Nah, yeah. If it gets a quick move, I mean, I have a little more conviction in this, obviously, than I would a meme coin. But if it was anything else, for the most part, when I double up, I take 50% out. If I double up, I take my initial. Then I have an equal size trade in there that's free. Doubles up, I take another, 50% out. But if this just hits, if it was just a hit, it's fib extension. One full fib extension to 6618 from where we are now would be like a 12x.
Oh my God. 12 times. Oh, that'll get me really close to getting my money back.
What's gonna okay? So this is how it's gonna work, guys. Look, this is how it's gonna work. Price is gonna go up, and it's gonna come down, and then it's gonna go back up, and then it's gonna come down for good. Right? You can ride this up to the top and get your 4x, or you can ride this up and get your 3.5x and take profit.
I needed this.
And buy it back down here. And then instead of a 4x, you're 3xing, you know, you're 3.5xing a 3x, or you're 4xing a 3x. The compound is what's going to get you to the numbers that you want. You don't have to do it. Not the safest way. The safest thing to do is just sit and let it ride. At this point here, you're going to get bear market is over, guys. Really, really bad. Like intense bear market is over, FUD. Right. So if you're not going to compound, at the very least, don't get fudded into selling without seeing the macro sort of signs that we have to see to say that that's really the top. AIOZ is a safer ROI. AI16Z is a bigger ROI.
I appreciate that right there. That really helped me out. Even, you know, it's basic, it gives me an idea what I could expect to do.
I can't tell you how infinitely easy it is, or easier it is to 10x a 10x than it is to get 100x. 10x a 10xing a 10x is buying something at the bottom of Bitcoin, selling it at the halving, getting a 10x on some small new coin, the ones that are 20, 30xing, grabbing a 10x off of that, and then riding a safe like 5x on ETH for a 50x return on your portfolio. You know, you're in, you know, you did it right if you got a lot of profit when we start going into alt season and you don't have to go into the riskier coins, right? You get excited because you hear that this thing could 10x and all you need is a 5x instead of having to stretch it, you know what I mean? Because then it's easy for you to take profit at the top. The worst thing is when you get to the top and you're almost at your target and everything's telling you it's time to sell, but oh, if you just can get one more 2x out of this. AI16Z has the biggest GitHub repository, I believe, in existence.
I'll take that 5-4.
All right, so far the Bears stepped it up, did what they had to do.
Oh, no.
Notice how he shot the Bulls and then he hit the gun. That sits at the bottom of the river somewhere.
You dirty bear. Can you put a little name on top of him? Put a PEP. Let's call him Pep.
It's Turco, man. Turco the Bear. You never got to meet Turco, man. Turco was the ultimate perma bear.
I don't even know the guy, but I know his saying, and it's quite a meme.
Charted. Charted. Oh, it sucks, man. It sucks that, like, you know, you meet people and shit, they're cool as hell, and you get attached, and then, like, it sucks when one of them becomes, like a cautionary tale. You know what I mean? Like, I don't ever want to be talking to a group of people in 4 years and be like, yeah, my boy E-Mad, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, but yeah, Turco caught a bad. Now, the reason I say it is because, like, so, like, when I'm trying to, I feel like stories make things more personable, right? So, like, whenever I tell a story now, whenever I'm trying to get the point about pivoting in time, being able to pivot, or not being so stuck to your bias, like, I sort of use the Turco story now, and it sucks. You know, it's like damn, my guy caught a bad one. I haven't heard from him recently though. I'm sure he's building his bags back up.
Yeah, get him in here. That'd be funny. I'd like to hear him. You can't find him?
Nah, I'm not sure where he is. He's not on Discord anymore, so he would have to pop back up on YouTube.
What about the big bags guy?
Give it to
Big
like
bags.
when we start getting to like 110, 115, everybody's gonna come back. Watch.
Stop
Mark my
playing.
words, bro. There's gonna be all old heads in here. And some of the new heads that went away and came back. All of the trolls will come back. For sure.
You could bring back all the cringy guys. You could keep them on mute half the time. Let them free once in a while to say something.
Nah, we're gonna keep it tight. We can't let it get too out of control. Right now, it's been chill. Anybody that's still here really sort of wants to learn, right? Because for what we just went through, if you were still here watching YouTube videos every day, then chances are you really trying to figure this shit out. But all the tourists,
Hell
come later,
yeah.
bro. All the tourists and the guys that miss the buys and they just want to come in and troll and just be bears and say that it's going down and give you fake news. And so that's what I was saying the other day. We're definitely moving into the paid section with the YouTube for sure. There'll always be that free section chat down there, but we can just decide to be down there or not. They can be down there and they can troll each other if they want, you know?
They ain't gonna troll me, coach. I'm gonna beat their ass.
Exactly, Gloomy. Happened before and it'll happen again. Yeah, it's also the psychology of the YouTube viewer. Right? Like, there's a difference between somebody that starts searching for shit when everything is red and bleeding, and somebody else who only does it when CNN tells you that Bitcoin's above 110K again. And we love all of them because we're gonna turn some of those guys. Some of those guys might come in and, you know what I mean? They're gonna hear shit and it'll make sense, and we'll keep them. And some of them will become family, and some of them will become trolls.
What's his name? Epic. Epic. That's his name, right? What happened to
Epic?
his hunt? Yeah.
He's probably around here somewhere.
Is it 107 or 108K short?
He'll pop in when we got a couple red days.
I wonder if he closed it. There's no way he had the balls to still hold that.
No, I'm sure he probably did. He's bearish, but he's not dumb. You know what I mean? I'm sure he has his invalidations and shit like that.
I mean, he did come on here one day and say he would never close it.
I feel the need to step in for just a second because I have a 107K short I'm still in, but he told everybody it was like 18 cents at whatever X. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it was
it's
one
that
of
low.
those. Yeah. Like a
18
just an ego play.
400x. 18-cent 400x.
I mean, it's something important to realize too. Like when you hear people come on here and they're taking a lot of risk, and I'm not talking about him specifically, but you hear them and they're jumping in and out, and they're like, "That's it, I'm in 200x, da da da," and they're like, "Wow, like the confidence." It's like, yeah, but you know, they're not telling you how much they're playing with, and if they're doing it properly, it's not a lot. And if it's really, really risky, chances are they're just having fun and they're bored and they're throwing a couple dollars around. You know what I mean? But people on YouTube hear that and they think that everybody's going all in with their entire portfolio, 200x on this candle. It must mean it's going up.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. I've been disclosing it if I do that. You could hear the disappointment in their voice.
Shib. But troll is a personality type though, Shib. A real troll, a true troll, right? Not one that's just trolling to, trolling to get reactions and shit like that. But like a real sort of like sarcastic or, things we consider trolling. Like that's a personality type. I know dudes that are naturally trolly.
I might fall in that category, coach. Not here. Not here.
I mean, I came from trolling Tame's YouTube chat when I was bored. That's how everybody ended up meeting, or ended up meeting everybody. I went from trolling in the chat to hearing an argument one day that if I couldn't get in on the argument, my head was gonna explode. And I was like, nope, I gotta get in. And then he's like, I need a fingerprint and picture of your birth certificate and 17 social media accounts. I'm like, bro, whatever. I just need to tell this guy that he's wrong. Whatever you need, I'll give it to you. Just let me in. And then I never left. I can't even remember who it was at the time. Bro, I just remember that he was being extra loud and extra like condescending, and he was dead wrong. Like loud and wrong is a bad mix.
I wonder what
Like
he's
you could
up
be
to.
loud and you could be wrong, but you got to pick a struggle. You can't be loud and wrong. Like that's crazy.
Let me go look. I'm gonna tell you. Should be funny. I'm gonna go see what he's calling now. Let me go on YouTube and see. There's no way he's still calling 40.
I don't know, bro. I only think about that dude when y'all bring him up.
Yeah, I know you
No
don't.
idea.
I'm just curious to see. It's funny. Makes you wonder. He was wrong on that 40 though.
There's wrong,
Talking about him being
and
wrong.
then there's wrong, and then there's like spectacularly, epically wrong.
Yeah, the thing that's crazy is going back to thinking about the whole argument, and then he kind of changed after that, and then he started showing a whole bunch of horrible coins, but he wasn't doing that before.
Yeah, I feel the same way,
Seems like
Sinlos. If it wasn't for that channel, I wouldn't know all of y'all. So it is what it is. But yeah, I can say that people change, and that was definitely one of those scenarios.
Fly never changes.
Hey, there's something to be said for consistency, though. You know, I've learned to value consistency in people, even if it's like a negative trait. Like we were talking about
Hell
earlier
yeah.
about people being trolls. Like, if you're a troll, but you're just consistently trolly, like at least I know what to expect when I talk to you, and you learn to value that. I think the older you get.
You got worse wisdom night, bro.
It's called wit,
What do y'all
Dbloc.
What do y'all think of APTA? APT.
Aptos?
Yeah.
I like Aptos, man. It's on Move Protocol, just like Sui. I feel like when Sui makes a run and people start to feel like they got left back on Sui, they'll start looking at things like Aptos and say, I think it could be a decent beta play on Sui. I don't have anything in it. I'm running
What was the other one you just said?
Deep as a beta play. Say, SEI.
SEI.
Yeah. I think that Move Protocol itself will have a narrative run. Like once Sui starts going and people are like, what the hell is this? And then people come in and they learn about it and it's moving like, oh, this is on the same thing. And it's just like a natural progression, I think.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Here, I got something funny for you. Bitcoin on the way to 25,000 posted 1 month ago.
Damn. That day and age well.
Current price 82,500. Bitcoin on the way to 25,000. That was 1 month ago.
That's
You
a
have to look
hard
that
one,
up,
Brick.
too.
That's a hard one. I really can't tell you what Sui's gonna go up to. I think Sui's gonna get a lot of. So ETH is gonna run, Sol's gonna run. People are gonna be like, okay, you know, utility is back. Sui is the obvious sort of underdog. To most people, we love Sui because we're plugged in. Most people never heard of Sui. They know ETH, they know Sol, maybe you know they know XRP, but it's all gonna depend on how much comes in at the end, really.
Just did not age well. Comment.
6618, just from the move that we're in now, right? Well, first of all, the break of our wedge would bring us up to 5-3, right? The bull flag that we're putting in to complete that move has a measured move of 6-8, which happens to be our 6618. Now, do I think that's the entire move? No, because I mean we're going into price discovery, right? As soon as we get above 5-4, we're in price discovery, right? No locked in traders above, no underwater holders, no sell. Well, there should be some sell orders. I'll be honest with you, people have made really good money on Sui, and I don't expect everybody to wait for the last minute to try to sell off. You know? But 10? I mean, I honestly don't see why not. I think 10 might be a little low. I think 10 might be a little low. If we took a new fib extension to and from the bear flag, our new 6618 would be at 17 bucks. Which would be like a 4.5x. That's closer to what I'm looking at. And I'm doing this time-based. I'm telling you, I don't care where we are. When we get to August, if we're at the 3618 or the 5618, whatever, I'm taking some profits. But when you look at something like Deep, which is my beta play on Sui, I mean, Deep is going to be in price discovery another 70% up. We're in price discovery. Deep is the liquidity layer on Sui, right? So if Sui is going to do what we think Sui is going to do, then that liquidity is coming through Dbloc. I mean, we didn't even we got a V-shaped recovery out of here. This thing didn't even bother giving us a higher low fractal. It just went. So if we look at the difference between the two, so Sui's already at 13 bill market cap. Right, so a 4x would take us to what? 100 bill for the new up and coming L1. Not unheard of. Right. But when we look at Deep's at 650. Actually, I'm sorry. Deep's at 50. Yeah. Fully diluted is 10, but what is the... I mean, 2. Oh, here it is, sorry. 649. So I expect it to have an easier, push up, in other words.
How small is that market cap?
Well, its high was 840.
Oh, it's already 840 million.
Yeah, it's 649 million market cap. Dbloc is. I mean, it's already done an amazing job, right? It went parabolic at like 250 mil and didn't stop till it was at. It basically doubled market cap in a really short period of time, right there.
And never even heard about it when I did it. But I've been hearing about it lately. A little late though.
Excuse me.
For me.
For me, all I expected to do is get me a 4 to 5x on what Sui does.
Oh. It's only, huh? Well, you're looking for a 10 on that, so or more, so that's like at 4. So that's like a 2.5 times 4. That's like a 8, almost a 9 or 9 something. Dang.
Anita, wake up. No falling asleep at work. You got to get that dry powder. I'm not going to blame me for getting fired.
Uh-oh. Coming for that bear?
Bear did his job, I think. So far, we broke out of that bearish wedge, retested it once, twice, 3 times. All we have to do now is take out the lows.
Old guns. So how much of your portfolio is altcoins now?
That's a good question.
If you don't want to say, that's fine.
No, I haven't done the math. That's why I said it's a good question. Altcoin and stables, or
No stables.
just altcoins?
Just
I'd say I'm
versus
probably
Bitcoin.
I'm probably 40%.
Oh,
Yeah, we haven't crossed the half and half mark yet. You know what's interesting? I'm about as into alts as alt dominance. Right? Bitcoin's at 60% dominance, give or take, which means 40% dominance in stables and alts, and that's about what my portfolio looks like. Actually, that's probably not a bad metric to have your portion or the size of your Bitcoin bag be equal to the dominance. That's funny because when we get to 50%, when we get down to 50% dominance, I expect to be over 50% alts.
really?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be higher than that.
Well, anything with a 5 on it, right? Once we get down to like 59 and we start clearing the 50s, I'm going to get a little riskier.
I mean, there's got to be some point during this before we get to the end of this that you're going to sell out of some of these alts and put it back into Bitcoin again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. August. Well, before that, actually, before that, right? Probably going into, well, July, August. I mean, it could be July. Remember, I've planned from the beginning to start my repositioning August, September, October. But it looks like we might line up for that to be a compounding opportunity for some of the alts, unless we have one sooner. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Okay. I'm keeping the plan because I'm trying to follow along and I need the details. So I think I'm going to join you this time because whenever in August, then I'll go into Bitcoin or whatever I got at that point. If that's still the plan. And I guess there'll be a Bitcoin dominance rep. They'll come down and then I'll have a chance to do me a little swappy swap on a pair. I could swap the Bitcoin. No, I can't do that. I have to sell, then buy Bitcoin. Sell the alt, buy Bitcoin. Then I send the Bitcoin to my wallet.
Holy crap, Drew. Emad, I thought you were Drew again. I was so confused. I was confused for like 45 minutes straight.
Oh my god. I don't sound like Drew, do I?
Nah, dude. It's just me, dude. I need glasses, you know what I mean?
You just think all New Yorkers sound the same.
Dude. Maybe. Something like that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Bro.
Nah.
I'm gonna
We don't
get
sound
y'all
the same.
so confused. There's something about something y'all do with like a specific nuance that it's like once I figure it out, then I won't be confused anymore. But till then, my bad.
It must be because it's late. My voice has become very hoarse.
I think it's just the way you say specific things. Like whenever you go, you were like, oh, or whatever. Any-
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's all good. I don't care. Trying to figure it out. See where this goes. That's fine. I'm actually good with coming down because cheaper prices is good for me at this point. I could go ahead and grab some bread and go ahead and buy something here, something else. I need to buy something else. I want to buy guns. The thing is, it's another gaming coin.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I agree. I think you need some cross narrative like exposure.
I want the damn virtuals, man. I would love to see that damn thing just tank so I can get it. But maybe there'll be something else. Figure out what that would be. I guess I could have stacks or something. What else could I have? I need something that's slightly risky. I need something that can run.
Radium.
Oh hell no.
Hey.
No way. All I need is one little inkling of some fraud going on over there again, and it's a wrap.
Dude, with dominance going down, if it's fraud, the price is gonna pump like it has been, dude. It's
okay.
It's playing the signs. It's playing them, brother. I can't wait.
I don't know if I could have conviction in that though.
It's gonna run harder than anything, and whenever Bitcoin comes, dude. And not financial advice, but dude, I'd love to see it, dude. I'd have my Michael Berry moment if that happened.
I'd rather have Mood Dang over that. I would have never bought that Mood Dang. Well, I actually did buy some Mood Dang, but it was very little bit.
There's something to be said, especially during this run, for going in heavyweight early on a new narrative. Even if it's started to move already, if you're early enough, going in heavy and taking profits before you think you should has worked out pretty well. I mean, you look at something that 3 or 4x, cool at 3 or 4x. If you just 2x and got out, then things still haven't moved yet. You're still looking to buy something, just automatically 2x the future portfolio at the top. So whatever you thought you were going to get to, Now you can 2x that off a move that took, a couple days. It's got to be within your risk appetite, right? That's not within everybody's risk appetite. Best plays that I made was going in super heavy after Christmas, after I went from alts into Bitcoin. Best thing I ever did was take out a big chunk of the Bitcoin to go heavy into AI agents on that first run, on that first narrative. And then put that shit right back into Bitcoin.
Yeah, they ran like crazy.
They went
Then
nuts,
they
bro.
totally
Right
tanked
after
all the way.
Christmas, bro. Right after Christmas, anything that was an AI, anything that even pretended to be an agent went crazy from like Christmas to New Year's.
Do you really think that they could regain what they did after losing all of that? They're still not even close.
I think a lot of them are gonna maybe put in lower highs, but some of them might get it back to their all-time highs. Some of them might go crazy. It's just like anything else. At this point, the ones that are really
Okay.
truly like AI agents, they've sort of shown themselves, and the ones that are kind of fluff have kind of fallen back.
So maybe that's where I need to go. Wait, well, I need to look at where gold is compared to virtuals then. Well, I guess virtual is more of a everything type coin, but
All right, let me do this Asian box so that I can go. I'll reset the stream and take my ass to sleep. But let's map this out for UK session before I go. All right, so here's our Asian session. Big Chinese bear came out and said no. So we'll draw 50% of our range from the bottom of the Asian session to the top of the Asian session.
change it to a panda.
So that's, we can get rid of this. Get rid of this. So it's not messy overnight. If UK can't get back above Asia's 50, they'll sweep this liquidity and confirm the break of the bearish channel, which gives us our drop closer down to 100 through these liquidations. We do have support at 102.3, so it's possible that we put in a lower high. Remember what we're building here, right? You've got bullish and bearish potential. Our bearish potential, which to me is just the base case, is returning back to 100. Clearing the liquidity, returning to 100. But there is bullish potential here because if we come down, and hold at that support, then we're looking at the pattern that takes us above 110K. This is the pattern that takes us to all-time highs. If I'm correct by eye. Ooh, just barely. 109 takes us through all the liquidity though. But for that to even be in play, we need a hold. Oh, we'll leave the chart here.
Hey, did you see my tag on on Twitter?
No, I have to check it. I have to specifically go look at my notifications. If not, I just go straight to the news feed. I'm usually like in research mode when I'm in there.
I was just showing you my artwork.
I'll check it out tonight. I gotta go on there before I go to bed.
I'll probably put the video on there soon. I got it done. I did an AI video with Havoc in it. Came out damn good too. But I didn't want to post it on Facebook because then people on there, man, I know what they're doing.
What?
When I post a song on there, they don't buy the CD. So I told them this time I'm not posting nothing until you buy 25 CDs, then I'll post it.
Well, how are you gonna promote your?
They know who I am.
Okay.
I'm talking about people that know. They want to play that little cheapo digital game. You buy 25 CDs and then they can hear the song in the video. You want to hear Havoc or not? To get some of my money back.
It wasn't cheap, huh?
I need it all. Man, I need something back. I'm not giving it to them free, letting them cheat me out. No, it was actually cheap for what you wouldn't think. It wasn't in the 1,000 range. And then again, he really didn't have to do hardly nothing. A couple of minutes of work done. Wasn't even no work for him. All he had to do was just talk into the phone, rap for a little bit, do a hook. He was done. Which you probably wouldn't just do for anybody though, but
Yeah, and that's what being one of the goats gets you.
I know a couple guys. So put their name in the message, show them what I did already. He sees. But I'll post it eventually here. You'll get to hear it. Might be a week the rate is going. And I'm dealing with a shadow ban again. It's disgusting. I know it. Like, I mean, I know guys on Facebook that I'm friends with that they don't have any following. They'll post their little picture of themselves, just a little face picture. They'll get 50 likes. I'll post an album cover with a song I'm doing with Havoc, and I'll get like 10 likes. It's disgusting. Or I could run a boost. Then they'll start showing up. I'm definitely shadow banned. Pretty so stupid. Sick of it. Can you put an MP4 video into Discord? I wonder. I guess nobody's here. I could put it in off topic and let you hear. Yeah, I'll do that.
I'm about to get off right now, bro. I'm like half asleep though. I'm just trying to set this chart up so it doesn't go off the screen.
You been watching the Knicks?
Knicks in 6.
Oh yeah. You have 3-1 on Boston right now.
I don't think anybody that isn't from New York realizes how big a Knicks, New York, Boston series is in the city.
It's big. There's a lot of talk going on.
My
They're
cousins
running
were
their
out
mouth
at
like crazy.
my cousins were out at Times Square after the game, and everybody poured out in the street. That shit was crazy. It was like fun. During the loss too, right after the loss.
It's all right, and then came back and beat them, and now they're shutting their mouths up. We still got to beat them one more.
Nope. All right, I'm gonna reset the stream real quick, guys. Hit the subscribe if you haven't yet. If you haven't hit the subscribe yet, like, what are we waiting for at this point? But at the end of the day, hit the like button, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Get it done.